By for a quick interpretation test. If the interpretation team could please do a 10 count on the English channel only, just a 10 count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the English channel.
And a 10 count on the French channel, please, just a 10 count. Thank you, Global AV.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. Les peuples de la nation Anishinaabe Algonquine vivent sur
The
ce
peoples of the
territoire.
Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contribution to this land.
Councillor Lulaf.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas. Good morning. Councillor Curry. Here. Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard. Councillor Brown.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts. Here. Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from June 30th. Is that carried? I'll note the responses to inquiries, and we also do have a motion to add to the agenda an item from Councillor Brockington, which I believe you wanted to add just to get it out there as early as possible. Did you want to move that now?
Thank you, Mayor. This is on behalf of Councillor Plant. So first, do you want me to read the motion just to get this on the agenda?
No, this is we're talking about your report from the Northern Ontario.
pardon me.
Yeah.
Very well. So yes, I just wanted to save some time before the next FinCor meeting, wanted to, with the committee's indulgence, move that on today's agenda for receipt.
Okay, so in terms of adding it to the agenda, is that carried? Okay, thank you. I'll note the responses to inquiries. We have a presentation and delegations for items 5.1 and 5.2, so we'll hold that. Item 5.3 is the procurement bylaw update and trade policy. Is that carried? Item 5.4 is 2024 investments, endowment fund, and other treasury activities. Is that carried? Item 5.5 is the West Carleton Environmental Center Host Community Fee and Legacy Fund Q2 2025 update. Is that received? Item 5.6, new affordable housing tax subclass. Is that carried? Item 6.1, we do have a motion related to that. Item 6.2, status update, Finance and Corporate Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending August 20th. Is that received? We will hold item 7.1 for a staff presentation. 7.2 is the Riverside South Line Bank extension. Is that carried? Okay, that is it. So we will go back to item 5.1 and 5.2. We'll have a presentation on both those items. We have 7 delegations, I believe, but we'll start with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Before I begin as the presentation is loaded, I am joined today by my colleague Svetlana. She's an acting deputy CFO that will share the responsibility in terms of providing an update today on the Q2 year-to-date actuals, Q2 2025 forecasts, and the 2026 directions report that's before you. Today's presentation will also provide an update on tariffs as part of our ongoing commitment to keep committee and council up to date on the ongoing and continued very fluid changes that continue to occur as it relates to tariffs. We also provide an overview on external risks and factors that we continue to monitor from a macroeconomic perspective and how that impacts the 2025 financials, and also how those conditions and data relates to how we look at our 2026 budget. So you can go to the next slide and I'll pass it over to Svetlana.
Bonjour, nous vous présentons aujourd'hui un aperçu des
We are
résultats
presenting to
financiers
you
pour
an overview of the financial results for 2025 on the operating budget and capital budgets, the transit and the rate-supported programs, the results for the Ottawa Police Services, the Ottawa Public Health, and the Ottawa Public Library are presented separately to their respective boards. An update will be presented on any issues and risks that continue to be monitored during the year. And there will be an update on external financial pressures, Ottawa economic state, and the city commitment to financial management.
This slide before you provides an overview of the Q2 year-to-date results for the citywide tax supported services and also a full year forecast for 2025. At the end of Q2, the citywide tax supported programs ended with a $9.7 million deficit. And as a reminder, and if you recall, as reported as part of the Q1 report, the citywide tax supported program at the end of Q1 was a $14.7 million deficit. Again, the deficit to date for this year is mainly driven by winter operations and the severe above average winter conditions that we experienced in the first half of 2025. The continued management commitments and financial mitigation measures that we put in place early in the year, such as this discretionary spending freeze and the hiring pause, continues to help reduce that overall deficit. So again, at the end of Q1, we were sitting in a $14.7 million deficit. At the end of Q2, we are seeing a pickup and an improvement where that deficit is now down to $9.7 million. The overall projected deficit for these services to the end of the year is, sorry, lost my train of thought here, $2.1 million deficit. Again, that's less than 0.24% from an overall budget perspective when you look at the citywide tax supported programs. Again, these main pressures that we're seeing are related to winter operations. There are a variety of ins and outs across different departmental spending accounts, but our continued commitment to monitor the monthly spending, review line by line, continued discretionary spending freeze, and a hiring pause will continue to help mitigate that overall deficit to the end of the year for these programs at 2.1. Next slide, please. On the transit side, the Q2 year-to-date numbers is a $6.6 million deficit. And this is broken down by two components from the expenditure side. It's a $2.8 million deficit, which is largely due to the delay in the implementation of the new ways to bus, some higher paratransport costs, and some additional costs related to the Canadian Labour Code as it relates to sick leave costs. Some of these costs were offset with vacancies and compensation savings and the overall fuel savings from the carbon tax reduction. On the revenue side, it's a $3.8 million deficit, which is what we're seeing in terms of the result of lower budgeted fare revenue. From a year-end perspective, we are forecasting a $46.7 million deficit. Again, on the expenditure side, we're actually forecasting a savings. We're seeing a savings of $5.2 million, which is primarily driven by the delay of opening Old Train 1, Line 1 East. As a reminder, in the budget, we did forecast or assume that the budget was built that Line 1 would open in July, mid-year. We are seeing lower debt charges, which is good in terms of our overall debt costs. And again, the continuation of the lower diesel fuel costs to the end of the year. On the revenue side, the overall shortfall is 51.8 million, which is primarily driven by the shortfall of the $36 million that we budgeted for the provincial federal funding support. And as a reminder, as presented as part of our disposition report back in April, the overall reserve policy was updated. So we did update the tax stabilization reserve in terms of carrying a balance. And we did earmark $36 million in that reserve to fund this mitigation if the funding did not come through. Again, this was part of the discussions during the 2025 budget where we talked about the risks in that $36 million and the strategy where we earmarked the forecasted surplus at that time. So again, the $36 million is earmarked in the tax stabilization reserve. Today, as reported in June during the capital closure report, the tax stabilization reserve had a projecting ending balance of 140 million. The recommended balance as per the disposition report that we reported was for 103 million, which included that $36 million earmark funding. So even with that in place, we're still above the overall net maximum balance of 67 million. So again, the $36 million risk that was there from a provincial funding was risk mitigated as part of the budget, and it's there in tax stabilization reserve to fund this gap if that funding is not received by the end of the year. Next slide, please. The overall rate supported budget ended Q2 with a $8.8 million surplus and a projected surplus of 11.5 for the end of the year. The surplus is mainly driven by vacancies, increased water consumption, and overall lower debt servicing charges. Water consumption is higher than budget overall. The water revenue surplus continue and consumption largely driven by higher consumption in tier 2 and tier 4 usage. We have had a very dry summer, reduced precipitation, hot temperatures, and we're seeing increased use of splash pads, irrigation, water-cooled systems. And as the warmer months continued, the larger consumption increases came from commercial, government, and industrial accounts, reflecting the seasonal demand and high water usage in those infrastructure properties. Next slide, please. This slide before you is a historical view of the 10-year surplus deficits across the two programs on the tax side and the rate side. Often I get asked about this information. So we started including this information as part of the budget magazine. Again, it's another enhancement and KPI that we started to include this term of council. So as you can see overall, over the 10-year view, the city ended, including the 2025 projections, an overall surplus of 78.9 million. So these are surpluses that are either contributed back into the reserves, reinvestment back into various city assets, programs, or other initiatives. So again, these have helped our overall reserve balances. Back in 2015, as a point of comparison, the overall tax stabilization reserve at that time was 7.5 million. And today, as I previously mentioned, the tax stabilization reserve, which is one of our main operating reserves, is now at $140 million balance. So again, the fiscal constraints that we've been able to manage in these budgets and these surpluses has allowed us to contribute to that healthy reserve balance in that position. Next slide, please. I'll now give a little bit of an overview in terms of a number of external macroeconomic and external risks that we continue to monitor. And these are conditions that we keep a pulse on in terms of in-year financials and also from an outlook budget perspective. So some of the key indicators that we look at, the external economic conditions continue to signal that the economy is softening. The Bank of Canada held interest rates steady in June. Employment growth is forecasted to be subdued, leading to soft employment growth. The overall City of Ottawa's economy lost 10,000 jobs in June, leading to an unemployment rate of 6.2%, up from 5.6% in May. And this follows a loss of 4,000 jobs in May. Gatineau, Quebec also saw its unemployment rate rise to 6.5%, and a little bit further down on the eastern side, Kingston remained at 7.5%. Overall, household spending and residential investments are also forecast to be subdued, driven by the weak labor market conditions, higher levels of household savings due to economic uncertainty. Many of these factors are adding strain to the housing market, which is more sensitive to cyclical fluctuations than overall consumer spending. Falling consumer and business confidence, disrupted trade flows, and impacts driven by tariffs continue to signal higher costs and financial market volatility. So striking the right balance across all these factors in terms of external economic factors and impacts to consumers, business, and residents is continued metrics that we look at when we look at our overall impacts to the city spending and overall impacts to the city budget. Next slide, and I'll now pass it back to Svetlana.
Je vais maintenant vous présenter une brève mise à jour sur le
I will now
façon dont la
give
ville
you
d'Ottawa a
a
répondu aux
Q2
enjeux
status
locaux.
update.
Depuis le début, nous avons
Since the
choisi de
beginning,
garder notre approche centrée au
we
sur Ottawa.
maintain
Cela nous a
Ottawa-focused
permis de
approach
répondre
and
de
response,
manière
so
ciblée aux
that
besoins
allowed us
locaux,
to give
tout en assurant une
target
cohérence
answers
dans nos actions. Nous
and
avons
maintaining a
poursuivi
certain
notre engagement
consistency in
auprès
our
de la
action. We
décentralisation
we
au
continue to
gouvernement.
engage with industry and other
Cette
levels of
constante,
government.
nous a permis de
This
mieux comprendre
dialogue
les enjeux et d'adapter nos
m-
stratégies en conséquence.
helped us understand the various
Pour
issues
renforcer la
and
sécurité
to
de
increase
notre
the security
d'approvisionnement, nous avons
of
mis
our
à jour
supply
nos
chains.
protocoles
We
afin de réduire
introduce a
les
new
risques
protocol
et
to
d'assurer une
reduce the
meilleure
risk
résilience.
and ensure a better
Nous avons
resilience.
également
We
introduit une
also
nouvelle clause dans les sollicitations municipales. Cette clause vise à
We also added a
encourager
new clause
l'utilisation des
to
chaînes
encourage the
d'approvisionnement
use
canadiennes,
of Canadian
soutenant
supply
ainsi les
chains
entreprises locales.
to
La ville
support
d'Ottawa est
local
fière
businesses. The
d'annoncer
city of
que
Ottawa is proud to announce that
91% de notre achat
91%
provient
of our
d'entreprises canadiennes locales, 10%
supplies come from the
d'entreprises
Canadian
non
industry,
locales et seulement
10% from
1% de
non-local
notre achat
businesses.
internationaux.
So
Nos pratiques ont été harmonisées avec la loi sur
our
l'initiative
practice was
favorisant
aligned
l'export
with
aux entreprises
the
ontariennes,
law
ce qui nous
to
permet de
promote
rester
the
alignés
development
avec
of
l'esprit
Canadian
du texte
business.
initial. Le Conseil a approuvé des
Council approved
modifications au règlement sur
amendments
les
to the
approvisionnements.
regulation
Ces changements
on
offrent plus de
supplies
flexibilité,
and
notamment
procurement.
avec
This
l'exception
allows
de
us more flexibility
l'offre du prix pour les achats allant jusqu'à
for
125
purchases
000 $,
go up to
qui offre
$125,000,
davantage de possibilités pour les fournisseurs
which
locaux.
provides us more opportunities
Enfin,
for
nous
local
avons
suppliers.
recommandé
Finally,
une
we
mise à jour
recommended an
du
update
règlement afin de
to the
l'adapter aux politiques
procurement
commerciales
bylaw to adapt it
des autres
to
organes
trade
du
policies
gouvernement,
of other
assurant
levels of
ainsi une meilleure
government,
cohérence et
assuring in this way
compatibilité.
a better
Diapositive
consistency.
suivante, s'il vous plaît. Next slide, please. Je vais parler des mesures
Now, I will talk about the financial mitigations on which the city focused. The deficits, the Q2 deficit primarily is attributed to above normal winter conditions and increased service costs, an increase in service costs and project delays, and also lower than expected fare revenues in transit services. So mitigations were put forward, namely targeted actions continue to offset operating deficit effectively, such as a discretionary spending freeze and a pause on hiring. We are still committed to strong financial management practices with rigorous management practices, the maintaining of the discretionary spending freeze, and a hiring pause. Finally, staff remain vigilant in monitoring and managing financial risk and monitoring external economic and policy impacts.
Thank you, Svetlana. So now as we transition from the Q2 actuals and forecasts for 2025, we're going to move into the overall 2026 budget directions. It's important to note that City Council's continued fiscal leadership and sustained commitment to reducing costs and delivering services as efficiently as possible while making critical investments in priority areas such as transit, infrastructure, and housing continues to be a priority for this term of council. As per this Council's approved 2023-2026 Council Governance Review, Council approved a term of council budget process. That report directed the Chief Finance Officer Treasurer to bring forward a report that details the budget timetables, provides budget directions in advance of each yearly budget. The purpose of the budget directions report is to seek committee and council endorsement of the budget strategies outlined in the report, in addition to the timeline, consultation, engagement process for tabling, review, and adoption of the overall 2026 budget. The council approved direction for a predefined tax increase as a standard practice in municipal budgeting. It provides strong fiscal discipline, financial management, in which council has played a leading role in the city's approach to fiscal prudence and financial sustainability. This also aligns the council's emphasis on the importance of continuous improvement and the ongoing service review framework. Strong financial management continues to be a priority for the city, council, and our residents. It's the foundation of how our budget process is developed. The property tax levies is only one component of the overall revenue equation. The budget direction also includes other sources of revenue such as user fees, including the rate program, solid waste program, recreational fees, non-taxation revenues such as investment income and other non-departmental revenue sources, and provincial and federal grants. And as an example, the Ontario-Ottawa deal will also be part of the 2026 budget as it has been for 2025. The draft 2026 budget documents will include more updates on the overall progress of the Ontario-Ottawa deal. And I can tell you that all initiatives are continuing in progress. One of the more significant amount of work that's being done is related to the upload of the 174 and that due diligence process. This initiative spans over 3 phases, in which is broken down into an operational assessment, a due diligence and financial assessment, and then a final consideration and the implementation plan. The City of Ottawa has been working diligently and collaboratively with its partners at the province through various steps of the process. To date, the city has received approximately 2.7 million in 2024, 1.7 million to date in 2025, and the city anticipates receiving the outstanding 34 million this year and 17.6 in 2026. Again, that will be part of the update in the full budget documents that will be tabled in November. Over the last 10 months, and as recently as earlier in August 2025, the Administrative of Transportation has performed 9 site visits related to the 174 due diligence process. So you can imagine it's quite an extensive process when you're reviewing all the financials, operational things related to an upload of this magnitude. Staff have also been working closely with external consultants engaged by MTO to provide a third-party due diligence. Includes the creation of the financial model, looking at the capital rehabilitation costs, the operating maintenance costs, the revenues, and overall asset value of the highway. So the city continues to collaborate closely with the province. And again, further details will be provided during the budget process as it was last year in terms of the overall status of the Ontario-Ottawa deal. I'll now pass it back to Svetlana. Next slide, please.
Le budget de 2026 a commencé tout de
The
suite après
2026 budget began immediately following the 2025 budget adoption. Alors, the City Council approved service review framework continues to be a fundamental component of the budget and has found $207 million in savings over this term of council. So our approach is guided by strong financial management and financial sustainability, including the strategic asset management plans, the reserve management plans, and various long-range financial plans. The Transit Long-Range Financial Plan Working Group continues to review all options to help mitigate transit financial challenges. The Ontario-Ottawa deal continues to provide funding for key initiatives, and it will include in 2026 an additional funding aligned to the terms of agreement. All city departments are taking part in financial reviews line by line to ensure proper management. Finally, we continue to advocate to other levels of government to obtain support. The budget directions and the report seeks council approval to the targeted property tax increase, estimated assessment growth rate, and strategies for the development of the 2026 draft budget as per council-approved budget process. Council-approved direction of a predefined tax increase is a standard practice in municipal budgeting. It provides strong fiscal discipline and financial management and helps council mitigate tax increases to an acceptable level. This aligns to council's emphasis on the importance of continuous improvement throughout the organization. Through the ongoing exercise of the service review framework and continuous improvement efforts. The budget was developed in accordance with Municipal Act, which requires a balanced budget. To balance the city's expenditures, we have several funding sources that include grants from other levels of government, fees and service charges, included rates and fares, property taxes, payment in lieu of taxes, and reserves. It is further guided by the council-approved long-range financial plans, the fiscal framework, strategic asset management plans, reserve management plans, and the term of council's priorities. This budget framework continues to support fiscal prudence, financial sustainability, and strong financial management. It is aligned to the term of council priorities by investing in physical and social infrastructure, keeping residents safe and secure, supporting affordability in housing, working to restore a sustainable financial transit model, protecting the environment, and promoting the quality of life in communities across Canada.
Next slide, please. So you would have all seen this slide before. So just a reminder that the council-approved service review framework and the accompanying service review program continues to be an essential component in the development of the annual draft budget. An important complement to the formal service review process is the city's approach to continuous service improvement, which has helped departments absorb growth without need for additional resources by creating organizational capacity through simplification, automation, and standardization of processes. Together, the service reviews and continuous service improvements efforts have achieved a cumulative savings of $207.5 million in this term of council to date, which is equivalent to an approximate 10% levy, property tax levy that has not had to be implemented. This budget will add to that complement as we continue to build out the next steps of the process. And we will continue to make sure that we have a full detail of those efficiencies as we've done in the last three budgets. Next slide, please. Section 290 of the Municipal Act does require municipalities to prepare and adopt a balanced budget, ensuring that the total expenditures do not exceed total revenues. To balance the overall city expenditures, funding sources includes grants from other levels of governments, fees, service charges, property taxes, payment in lieu taxes, and reserves as a variety of different revenue sources used to offset those expenditures. The 2026 budget directions outlined on this slide reflect an overall municipal property tax levy of no more than 3.75%, which is up to 2.9% for citywide tax-supported services, including Ottawa Public Health and Ottawa Public Library, and between 2.9% and 6.5% for OPS. The direction also recommends that the city and each of the board provide a list of efficiencies to reduce the overall net tax requirement. Assessment growth for new properties is estimated at 1.6%. User fees to increase in accordance with the fiscal framework and respective long-range financial plans. The solid waste budget increase of 10%, which is in alignment with the solid waste long-range financial plan. Capital budgets be developed in accordance with the respective LRFPs, the DC background study, fiscal framework, and TMP. And the rate supported budget be developed in accordance with the overall updated rate LRFP. Overall, these directions continue to align with Council's commitment to strong financial management, which is further demonstrated by the current reserve balances, low debt levels, strong credit rating, lean organization, and overall prudent and balanced approach to city finances. Next slide, please. For the 2026 transit budget directions, as a reminder, in the fall of 2023, Council was provided a technical briefing of the updated financial status of the transit long-range financial plan. Again, in the fall of 2024, we were before you with a subsequent update. And again, as part of the 2025 budget process, we've provided additional update. This is important context, and as a reminder that the transit path to financial sustainability continues to be a multi-year process with multiple and necessary levers, including the required and fair share of senior levels of government funding to support transit's path towards financial sustainability. The Transit Long Range Financial Plan Working Group, comprised of members of City Council and staff, continue to meet throughout 2025 to review and analyze a list of levers to mitigate transit financial challenges for consideration as part of the draft 2026 transit budget. The 2026 budget directions include a transit levy increase between 3% and 15%, a fare increase between 2.5% and 7.5%, in addition to a list of efficiencies and potential capital deferrals. Discussions with the province are currently in progress with respect to the commitment to proceed through the due diligence process with the uploading of the Ottawa LRT, and any funding agreements or updates will be reflected as part of the draft 2026 transit budget. In addition, with the approval in principle as it relates to the federal funding of the capital plan under the baseline funding stream of the Canadian Public Transit Fund, the draft 2026 budget will also include funding related to this federally supported program. Next slide, please. Again, this is a familiar slide that we show each year during the budget process. And as a reminder, as I spoke to earlier, the overall revenue that offsets the expenditures are made up of a variety of different revenue sources. As you can see, property taxes and PILTs, so which is really your property taxation revenue, is just below 49%, roughly around 48%. So there's many other components that make up the revenue sources to balance the overall expenditures. From federal grants, reserves, user fees, and service charges as well. And again, the overall service review framework to date has allowed for over $207 million worth of savings to be reinvested back into city programs and initiatives. Next slide, please. Overall, this is the overall impact from an average homeowner perspective. As I outlined before, you have the property taxation, which is approximately $166 impact to the average urban home owner. From a solid waste perspective, with the increase, that's additional $24 per year. And with the overall water, wastewater, stormwater rate program at 47.30 cents. So that brings the combined impact to the average resident at $237 for this directions report. Next slide, please. Input and feedback is an integral part of the development of the city's budget. Providing feedback into the budget can be done many times and any time throughout the year. Various forums such as ward councillor offices and various committees as examples. The city will continue to use a variety of methods to engage with residents on the 2026 budget. One-on-one councillor meetings with the mayor, city manager, and myself begin tomorrow. Staff are continue to be here to support any councillor-led consultations, either virtual or in person. Staff did partake and support a number of councillor consultations earlier in the year in April and May timeframe, and we're here to support the fall consultation process again. The budget will continue to improve and add on to the various enhancements that we developed to date. The budget magazine, as an example, leveraging KPIs, additional performance indicators. I spoke about the macroeconomics, internal factors. These are all additional information that we've been leveraging this term of council to improve the understanding and the impacts of the overall budget process at the City of Ottawa. Next slide, please. So engagement and consultations will continue now till the end of December or mid-December when the budget is adopted. The overall 2025 draft budget will be tabled on November 12th with committee and commissions and board meetings following. And finally, council deliberations and adoptions will be on December 10th. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation and for all of the hard work by you and your department leading up to this. So we do have some delegations, which I'll go to now, starting with Marko Milicevic. Not sure if that's in person or online. Marko Milicevic? No? James McAvoy?
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead, Mr. McAvoy.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
Whenever you're ready. I just got a couple things here. Okay, there we go. Bear with me. I am reading off something, so might look a little off. Good morning, councillors, and thank you for listening to me today. While I'm normally advocating for transit, and I will touch on that, I'm here today to discuss the budget direction put forward by council more generally. Particularly, this budget direction is continuing on a pattern of past budgets that do not meet the needs of the city or its future. We as a city can no longer afford to kick the can down the road. It's important that everyone here truly assess the numbers and ask themselves if this budget direction makes sense. Raising property taxes and other levies at a rate lower than what we need to make up for years of underinvestment necessarily means that we've been causing structural issues to the budget forecast. Couple that with inefficient deployment of the money we do have, and the effect on our services has been extensive. OC Transpo is the most glaring, but garbage collection being scaled back and deferred infrastructure investment as a matter of course are just a few of the additional departmental issues that have hit in the past few years. This necessarily results in greater costs down the road as assets fail and need to be replaced or causes degraded user experiences. Our bus fleet, for example, or the Saint Laurent Tunnel comes to mind. This is to say nothing of the coming infrastructure issues as pointed out in the delegation by Strong Towns Ottawa earlier this year, or the time bomb that is Lansdowne 2.0 putting additional strain on the long-range fiscal health of Ottawa. For the fiscally responsible among you, I would ask a rhetorical question. Is it fiscally responsible to allow services to degrade and ignore future expenses? I'm getting tired of hearing anecdotes about residents who can't afford to pay for things as a reason for not raising the funds we need, as if making the services residents receive worse isn't also making life less affordable or more difficult for them. I'm tired of the upper levels of government being blamed for the city's financial woes while bragging about how we have kept our tax increases lower than any other city. If it's good enough for Toronto and Vancouver to raise their rates, it is good enough for us. I want you all to do better. I want you to have the hard conversations with your constituents about what the city needs instead of continuing with the status quo. It is beyond time for this council to face the reality that we either start bringing in revenue we need to fix these issues now, or the cost to do so in the future will not only be higher, it will be absolutely crushing to the taxpayer. Penny wise, pound foolish is not a policy direction that works out for the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Next is Alex Cullen, who I see is online as well. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to start off by saying I'm representing myself, not the FCA. The FCA is meeting later this month and has not had the opportunity to discuss the budget directions document, which is, I think, an input that council would appreciate receiving. So welcome to the City Budget Directions Groundhog Day. I say this because once again, we're facing a familiar litany of budget challenges and proposed budget directions that threaten to repeat the mistakes of the past. Once again, we have a significant transit budget deficit, and once again, the proposed solution includes yet another OT Transpo fare increase to range from 2.5% to 7.5%, despite the fact that last year's fare increases did not provide the revenues that council expected, leading again to this year's budget pressure. At least we're not seeing the wild idea of 120% increase in senior bus passes that we saw last year, but that's no solace to the prospect of continuing OC Transpo's death spiral with continuing fare increases. Simply put, fare increases depress transit ridership growth. Raising the transit levy in order to address the transit deficit does not, and should be the preferred solution to the transit deficit. But I hear, Mr. Mayor, on a different budget matter, and that's the glaring omission in these budget directions to address Ottawa's aging assets. This is no small issue. Earlier in 2024, City Council received a series of asset management plans on the state of its infrastructure, ranging from roads and sewers to community centers, arenas, pools, buses, fire equipment, etc. The news is chilling. The city faces over the next 10 years a $10.2 billion funding shortfall to maintain and replace its aging equipment and facilities. No wonder the average age for Ottawa's arenas and rinks is 45 years. For aquatic facilities, it is 40 years. For community assets such as community centers and field houses, 39 years. For cultural assets, 62 years. The city reports lists 34 arenas and ice pads, 14% of them in poor or very poor condition. 172 community assets, 17% in poor or very poor condition. 22 cultural assets, 22% in poor or very poor condition. 288 outdoor assets, 41% in poor or very poor condition. This is not good. This doesn't mean the city isn't spending anything here, but simply not enough. For example, the Recreation and Cultural Services Asset Management Plan has planned expenditures on renewal, enhancement, upgrades, plus accommodating city's growth for its facilities comes to about $173 million annually. But the shortfall identified by city staff averages $87.5 million a year. That's quite a gap. Yet the proposed 2026 budget directions does not address these issues. The expectation is that in 2028, when the city's asset management plan are to be updated, a funding plan to address the shortfall will be tabled 4 years after being identified. In the meantime, the city's facilities get older, arenas and pools get closed longer for repairs, the problems worsen. Clearly, the issue of investing to maintain in good repair the city's assets that residents use must be addressed sooner rather than later. It would be irresponsible to avoid dealing with this. City Council must face up to this responsibility. It should start by providing direction in developing its 2026 budget to create the funding in 2026 to better maintain its assets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Next is.
Are there questions? No questions.
No, there are no questions. Thank you. I understand that the first speaker we went to, there was a technical issue, so we're going to go back to Marko Milicevic. Mr. Milicevic? Mr. Milicevic, if you can turn your camera and your microphone on.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay? Testing. Yep, cool. Okay.
Yep, go ahead whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Awesome. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marco, and I'm a lifelong Ottawa resident. I'm a board member of Strong Towns Ottawa, and I'm here to talk about the worries I have with the future of our city based on the budget directions that we've been seeing in the past couple years. We're in a situation that I think efficiencies will not get us out of, nor will continuing on the decades of underfunding of our vital services in the city. We can't keep using pretty language to gloss over the very real and apparent deterioration in our services. Everyone sees the poor quality of our roads. Everyone sees the worsening transit service. I see plastic garbage bins that can't even fit inside of the wooden containers in our public parks that I use every day. This can't continue like this. We continue to not only propose low property tax increases, but we brag about it, while at the same time asking other levels of government to bail us out of our funding issues. To me, that seems hypocritical. We talk about how we're conscious of the rising costs for citizens, but if we were truly conscious of that, we would also consider the costs that we're making these people bear when the necessary services that they depend on fall apart. Does a family that's struggling win when they now have to pay for an Uber because their bus doesn't show up? What about the people with disabilities that can't go out for a stroll because their sidewalks are falling apart? The children that don't have reliable facilities to use for sports and recreation, so now their parents have to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars a year to play in private leagues, or completely forgo any organized sports at all. What about the family that has to purchase a second car that costs the average Canadian family over $15,000 a year because we force them to rely on the private market to solve the problems that our government has abdicated responsibility for? How can we claim that we're being conscious of the rising costs while telling them to spend even more to fulfill all of these needs? If I skip out on doing necessary oil changes because I want to save money, I think most people would realize that, yeah, I may be saving money in the short term, but I'm setting myself up for failure in the future. Just the same, I think investing into our necessary services is not saving us any money in the long run. We're costing ourselves not only the money, but also the time and respect for our citizens who depend on these services. It's not always being fiscally prudent to cut spending by any means necessary. I strongly believe that we need to change our perspective when evaluating how successful our transit is. It's not just comparing the amount of fares that it brings in versus how much we cover by property taxes. Because if we were to do that, then I think we would never build another road in the city again because none of them directly bring in any money. It's a lot of downstream benefits. And so if we look at the values of homes and land around lines 1 and 2 of the LRT, these property values have gone up dramatically since the investments into transit. Yet none of these increases are captured by our evaluation of how successful our transit system is. I'm sure we're all well aware of how valuable living next to good transit is. What about all the businesses that rely on workers and shoppers who come by transit? How do we capture that in our evaluation of it? Or the congestion that it reduces on our roads, where is that reflected? These are all benefits that come downstream than just looking at the fare box revenue and comparing that to the costs. I think if we broaden our perspectives just a bit in terms of how we evaluate our city's budgetary investments, I think we would be able to ensure that we're providing a fantastic service for our citizens without feeling like we're somehow ripping them off by charging taxes for these services they rely on. Our budget directions would be much better off if we viewed these services as investments into making our city and residents stronger rather than the money that we're being forced to spend. When I invest money into my TFSA or my RSP, I'm not punishing myself. I'm investing into my future to ensure that I'm able to live a happy and healthy life. For anyone that's familiar with investing, you know the concept of compound growth, which is just if you invest a small amount year over year, that growth compounds, and 10% this year might only be a couple $100s, but 10, 20, 30 years down the line becomes a large amount. Stacking this kind of growth over years can make even small investments turn to large amounts decades down the line. But the reverse is also true. If we continue to underfund our investments through our budget, we'll end up with a huge deficit that keeps compounding and compounding. And we're already starting to see that balloon. What this means is that we'll have a very rude awakening when our children will be forced to reckon with completely unfathomable property tax increases down the line to fund a lot of these services, or we're just going to have to completely cut the services. We can't continue with the deficit of, with the property tax increases that we create, and then asking other levels of government to bail us out of it. I think our investments into transit, our infrastructure, our parks, our roads, our sidewalks, and our city services are all investments into making our current and future residents happier and healthier. So I hope that going forwards, we can create budget directions that reflect this idea. Thank you for taking the time, and I truly appreciate all the work that goes into creating a budget. I know it's not easy. There's a lot of things that need to be balanced, and tons of different wards and councilors from all around the city, and our city is a huge place. So I understand there's tons of competing interests, but I do think that a lot of these investments into things like better transit truly benefit everyone, not just the people who use transit, but also everyone else who's on the roads and relies on congestion being an impediment for them to get to work. So I just hope that that can be reflected in budgets, and again, I completely understand all the competing interests. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. We will go next to Patrick Bickerton. You can take a seat over here on the Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Okay, you got my slides. Perfect. May I start? Okay. Hi, my name is Pat. I'm a resident of College Ward. I'm also a member of Strong Towns Ottawa. I would like to talk to you today about what I perceive as a discrepancy between the city's vision and its budget. Next slide. When we look at the state of our assets, according to the city's own asset management plan, the 10-year financial picture is pretty bleak. 8 of the 9 service categories are showing a funding gap totaling $10.8 billion, and neither the current nor the proposed tax rates come close to covering this gap. Incidentally, the tax-supported long-range financial plan has not been released, so it seems premature and irresponsible to set a budget without knowing what the plan is to fund these services. Next slide. If we look just at the transportation lens, the city is forecasting about $400 million gap every year for the next 10 years. So despite all the really fantastic initiatives that are identified in the approved transportation master plan, I'm struggling to figure out how we're going to pay for it. And moreover, I'm equally concerned about how we're going to actually maintain the infrastructure we already have. Next slide. Case in point, through data collected through a Freedom of Information request, we determined that most of Ottawa's roads are in fair or worse condition. So we're already seeing that we're falling behind on road repair. Next slide. When we break down that same data spatially across different parts of the city, we see that inside the Greenbelt, 250,000 households are served by about 2,300 lane kilometers of road. That works out to roughly 10 meters of road per household. But in the rural regions of our city, about 30,000 households are spread across 3,700 lane kilometers of road. That's about 135 meters of road per household. So that's nearly 13 times as much infrastructure per household that needs to be built, maintained, plowed, and eventually renewed. Now, what is this? Now let's look at the costs. The 10-year annualized renewal need for the roads inside the Greenbelt is about $65 million, and in rural Ottawa, Despite having about 1/7 of the population, the need is about $81 million per year. When we compare those costs to tax revenues, the picture gets a little starker. Inside the Greenbelt, road renewals represent about 6% of the municipal tax revenue. And in rural Ottawa, they consume about 40%, and in some villages up to 50%. And that's 50% of the local tax revenue would be needed just to maintain the roads. So what does this mean in practice? It shows that the cost of infrastructure isn't just about how much road we have, it's about whether the development it serves is pulling its weight. And to make sense of that, we need to shift from talking about costs away from costs alone to talking about efficiency and value. And the best way to illustrate that is using something familiar, like how we talk about fuel efficiency in cars. Next slide. So in cars, we don't measure efficiency by how big a tank of gas is or how far you can drive on a tank. We measure by how many liters it takes to go a kilometer. It permits apples to apples comparisons between vehicles. And the same principle should apply to city building. It's not just about how much we build, it's how efficient and productive what we build is. Next slide. In College Ward, where I live, we can see this principle play out. The College Square Mall with the Loblaws and Home Depot is the highest assessed value property and pays the most property taxes. However, when you count to how much space it takes up, mostly for surface parking, it generates slightly over $130,000 per hectare. By comparison, the other two buildings within the same ward, a street-facing dentist office with no dedicated parking, a mixed-use apartment building, generate up to 8 times more revenue per unit area for the city. And when we look at the city through this lens, next slide, we see which areas the city are building wealth for this, which areas are building wealth for the city and which aren't. This map shows tax productivity, apples to apples, for all properties within the city's urban boundary. It's important to know that the height of these shapes do not represent building heights, but these are tax productivity, municipal taxes per hectare. I've included labels to orient yourself, but in hindsight, I don't think the downtown label was necessary. In closing, as you set the 2026 budget direction, please ensure that we have a fiscally responsible plan to maintain our existing assets and services. This means aligning budgets with maintenance and growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just in terms of the recommendations for today, based on the budget directions that you're seeing in front of you, is there some suggestions you'd have for Finance Committee?
Yes, I mean, I think we've got a revenue problem, and we have to seriously look at the different levers that we can pull to bring in the revenue to address the financial gaps that we already know about, right? So we're looking at a gap down the road. We need to bring in the revenue for it. We know that the current plan is not bringing in that amount of revenue, and I think that's insufficient, and I think it's irresponsible.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Patrick, for being here. I was wondering, you focused on, the tax-supported budget, but how would you sort of speak to how this compares to rate-funded services like water?
So there's a couple differences. First, the long-range financial plan for rate-supported has been approved by council. There is a plan for it, whereas the equivalent is not true for the tax-supported. That was due, I believe, in June of this year. And I had thought it was going to come to this council meeting, but I think it's been promised for the spring of 2026. That's the first difference. And then the second difference is that we ask residents to pay for water and sewer repairs through their water bills. So it's a usage pay scenario, whereas the tax supported plans is more lines like everyone throws their money into the pot and the city distributes it. So it's a bit of a different scheme, but so the rate, we're looking at similar infrastructure gaps on water and sewer side of things. Quite a bit of infrastructure coming over the 10-year horizon. And the city has approved increases in water rates quite significantly over the next 10 years to account for that. I believe there's still a gap in funding, even with those rate increases, to the tune of a couple $2 billion. What's a little bit more concerning on the water side is that even beyond the 10-year forecast of water infrastructure renewal, which is the mandated forward-looking vision of the long-range financial plans. If you look a little bit further beyond that, it's quite astronomical, the amount of infrastructure repair that we're seeing on the water side. So it's kind of the same. We're looking at a big gap, and we're not really sure how to pay for it. But the funding mechanism is a bit different. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you for being here. Let me tell you, your delegation is quite relevant to me. My daughter's first day of school was canceled today because of a water main break near her school, and then they fixed it and it broke again. So it is unclear if she will get to go to school tomorrow because of aging water infrastructure. So, but I have a question for you. Your graph was very telling about the proportion of tax revenue that comes from the core. And my residents often get frustrated with aging infrastructure in the core, given the percentage that downtown contributes to the rest of the city. What do you think the fix for that might be? For the fact that a small portion of the city overwhelmingly contributes more to the tax base than a huge sprawling part of the landmass in the rest of the city.
I mean, as a taxpayer, I think, if you're seeing the value of your taxes providing the services around you that you and your neighbors use, I think everyone's sort of more willing to accept the tax rate, right? If you're getting value for your money, right? What I see in this area of the city is that sidewalks are broken and garbage is can't be collected. We're struggling to bury hydro lines down a street that's getting a street renewal, but the block pulls in $41 million of property taxes a year, and we can't bury the lines. Yeah, I think it does seem a little unfair. Obviously, it's no one's fault where they decide to live. But I think one of the initiatives that members of Strong Towns Ottawa are trying to progress is sort of just pragmatic. Let's do the math on this stuff. Let's generate some graphs and some maps that are easily digested and understood. And I think we can have a frank conversation about costs of our infrastructure. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I just want to confirm, just so I sort of understand sort of the economic proposal that was presented. So I represent a ward that's got a number of economically depressed areas that, Russell Heights, Herongate, if you look on the Neighborhood Equity Index at these communities. So is the argument that because there's not a lot of contribution to the tax base for some of these areas, that we only invest in areas where there is that tax base? Because typically that's not how we do city planning, right? So but is that the philosophy?
I mean, I would think that if an area is generating a lot of a tax base, that's where the city's building wealth, right? That's helping fund other services across citywide services, and we should be sort of showing love to those areas that are bringing in those revenues.
Okay, so the wealthier an area is, the more we should be rewarding them?
No, that's not actually the case. It's areas that are making efficient use of land. So it's not the dollar amount. It's the graph I showed at the end was a municipal taxes divided by the amount of area something takes up, right? And the proxy for that is that, if you take up a small amount of area, you got less sidewalks to build, you got less pipe to put in the ground. You have less valves and less sewers, less hydrants, all this stuff. So it's more of an efficiency, more of an efficiency argument, and I think it's a lens that's interesting, and we should consider it. It's one lens to look at value across the city. I think it's an interesting lens to look at, and I would like the city to look at that too, right? We spend all this money putting in infrastructure, and I think we should have a tax base that is sustainable.
Okay, so would you say that you follow the sort of the Georgist economics then with that point of view?
Are you referring to like a land value tax?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm not an economist, but like it's an interesting thing to consider. But I'm not proposing that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bickerton. Next is Etienne Lefebvre. Morning. You have to turn on the microphone.
Oh, can you hear me now? There you go. Thank you. All right. I'm afraid I might bore you a bit today because I think we're Strong Towns Ottawa is stacking the house quite a bit. But I think I have some interesting insights that were not previously mentioned. So how do we switch the slides? Okay, right. Next slide, please. And so my name is Etienne Lefebvre. I'm a board member of Strong Towns Ottawa. And I'd like to speak really about the proposed 2026 budget directions. I am especially concerned about the short-term focus of the budget directions and the lack of emphasis on the serious long-term financial challenges our city currently faces. But to have a better sense of our ongoing financial predicament, I'd like you all to consider this analogy. So imagine for a moment that our city is not a municipal corporation, but instead a house we all own together. It's a great house, but it's getting older. The roof is 25 years old and it's starting to leak. The furnace is on its last legs. The foundation has a crack that needs sealing. All of these things are not luxuries, unfortunately. They are essential elements that are needed to safely live in your home. They can't go unaddressed. Now, as a homeowner, you could decide that your priority is to not spend any more money on your household budget that year. So you could, for example, decide to patch up the leak in your roof with a cheap tarp. You could keep resetting the furnace and just pray that things are going to get better. You could simply just ignore the foundation crack, and your short-term budget is going to look great that year. You're gonna, you can tell yourself you save thousands of dollars, but everyone knows that that's not that simple. You didn't really save any money. You just kick the can down the road and simply increase maintenance costs for yourself. And so while someone who deferred critical maintenance on their house could get out of it simply by selling their house on the market, we as a city, unfortunately, don't have this luxury. We can't simply pack up our bags and sell our city to the highest bidder. So while I appreciate that the budget directions emphasize adopting a balanced budget, ensuring that total expenditures don't exceed our total revenues, and while I can really appreciate the 207.5 million of achieved savings over this term of council, these efficiencies, unfortunately, won't suffice to meaningfully address the structural elements at play that ensure our total liabilities keep accruing at a higher and higher rate than our total assets. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, this is a graph showing our net financial position. We put this graph using data from the city's consolidated financial statements from the last 15 years. So for those watching, our net financial position is, in simple terms, is basically our total cash and financial assets subtracted from our total liabilities. It tells us the future. It tells us, what's going to happen, where are we looking at in the next 15 years. And so if the net financial position shows a positive value, it means we have more money on hand than we have liabilities. So as those liabilities come due, we will have more money to pay them, no problem. But if we have a negative value like we currently do today, going from 3.3 billion to 4.1 billion in 2024, that means we have more liabilities than we have cash available to pay them. So as they come due, we will need to generate new cash. And where's that going to come from? Well, it's going to have to come from surpluses that we need to create in our operating budget in the future. What this means is that we have 4.1 billion of future service cuts and tax increases building its way in the system already. And so this isn't your fault, right? This has been going on for decades. It's, you know, it's a North America-wide phenomena, and it's not really this council's fault. Nevertheless, we are the ones left holding the bag. So what's the problem? So next slide. So it's not a spending problem, right? Clearly, because over the next 10 years, as noted in the 2025 asset management plan, a 10.8 billion gap is forecasted between projected infrastructure needs and planned funding. So a 10.8 billion asset management gap over the next 10 decades means over 1 billion a year increase in capital spending on top of the already 1.2 billion a year in current capital spending we have planned. So we can't find those savings in the operating budget. We can't cut our way out of to find that kind of money. Next slide, please. So it's also not it's also not a revenue problem because we would need billions more in revenue annually to pay down our growing debt to combat inflation, and that's not even talking about potentially wanting to increase funding for city services. But importantly, if you look beyond the next 10 years of revenue needed to address infrastructure maintenance, you know, that number would, you know, really be humongous. And so, like, for example, in the 2025 long-term financial plan, staff has estimated that just to replace our water infrastructure, so pipes, water, wastewater, stormwater, that would cost, you know, around 51.2 billion. And that's likely an underestimation, especially if you consider inflation and the steadily increasing cost of labor. I'm running out of time. So just next slide here. And so the main takeaway is that our problem is that our city has a development pattern problem that costs way more infrastructure than our tax base can support, right? Our 2026 budget should reflect this reality. At the very least, our budget directions should be proactively looking into how to address our $10.8 billion infrastructure gap in the next 10 years. And so to do this, we really need to ensure future development patterns are financially solvent. This means ensuring that new development is built in areas that already have infrastructure and viewing zoning through the lens of financial solvency, right? This zoning regimen prevent the ability of a neighborhood from being financially solvent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I think you were going in the direction of arguing that limiting urban sprawl is one of our key responses to the financial uncertainties and the financial pressures that we're going to face. Is that where you were going?
I would say that as a city, we do have a fiscal responsibility to ensure that new development is incentivized to be in places where there's already infrastructure. We have a lot of opportunity to do infill development. And so for every new, you know, meter of pipe we add, that's an extra to the already 9,600 kilometers of pipes that we currently have as a city, and that needs to be replaced. And so we're not doing ourselves any favor by, for example, creating a new greenfield development where the city will have to, you know, build brand new sewer systems, while currently those infrastructure costs are already a very difficult thing for a city to consider at the moment. And right, and we're in a position where, like, it seems a bit politically difficult to really face the growing infrastructure challenges we have. And so I don't think that'd be prudent of us for future generations to put that cost on their shoulders.
Thank you. I won't get too deep into the discussion that we'll have in a few months around the comprehensive zoning bylaw and its thrust to limit urban sprawl, limit the creation of new pipes that are going to cost the next generations a lot of money to try to maintain. But I think you're making the case for the direction of our new official plan, which is great. I want to ask the same question that Councilor Menard asked one of the other delegations, which is, you know, we are sending staff away if we accept this budget directions report with a direction to achieve a certain tax number. What would you do differently in this? How would you direct staff differently as they create the budget?
So for the staff directions, I would definitely ask staff how, for example, the 10.8 billion infrastructure investment would be funded. But more specifically, though, I would also ask what the funding mix would be. So what is the projected tax revenue, development charges, federal and provincial transfers that we are expecting to associate with these more long-term costs? And, you know, what debt required, you know, is going to be required to pay the replacement of all these aging assets. And so obviously in that discussion, it's also important to perhaps talk about, you know, a tax increase, right? Like, what kind of like increase are we talking about? If, for example, if we're just looking at the next 10 years for the 10.8 billion, that means, right, over 1 billion in added operational budget. And so that's already going to be very difficult. So like we just need staff to make reports on various options we could, city councilors and our city more broadly can seriously look at and consider to really tackle this issue instead of kicking it down the road. But I know this is probably beyond the purview of the budget directions, but I would also, while I really enjoy the direction of the new zoning bylaw, I do feel like there's a bit of a miss of the framework in the zoning bylaw where we should really be looking at zoning through more of a financial lens. So like looking at, for example, like if for example, N1 or R1 or R2.
I'm sorry, I'm going to,
we've
got a few other delegations, and
please,
the mayor will probably rightly cut off a discussion that is out of scope to the budget directions today. But I do want to say thank you very much. I think you've made one of the important points that I hope this council considers as it sends staff away, which is we don't have a good sense of what the options are that we're giving city staff if we send them away with this report today. We won't have that thorough analysis of the puts and takes, which priorities are actually priorities moving forward. And it's really tough for us to send staff away to hit a tax number if we don't know what the choices that they're going to be making in the course of doing that are. So I appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leiper.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll go next to Carolyn McKenzie, who is online. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. The budget directions report says that its purpose is to provide council with an understanding of the financial situation, that the financial pressures that the city will face in 2026. But it actually has almost nothing to say about one of the largest pressures, the more than $7 billion gap to renew aging and deteriorating infrastructure, tax and transit. That's more than twice the size of the $3 billion rate gap that you saw earlier in June. And it includes roads, transit, arenas, rec centers, childcare facilities, and long-term care homes. These are not luxuries, they are essential to daily life in Ottawa. The budget directions are silent about the scale of the problem. Instead, we're told the city is taking a balanced approach, words meant to reassure without providing really any meaningful understanding of the trade-offs between property taxes, user fees, more debt service reductions, or further delay. As people ask people if they want their taxes kept low, and of course they will say yes. But do they understand that this means more communities will see roads continue to deteriorate, facilities potentially close, or services cut as our assets decay, and that deferring these costs mean pushing them onto the next generation? Only last year, Council declared Ottawa to be in a financial crisis, but reading this document, councillors and residents could be forgiven for thinking the crisis has disappeared and that there's no urgency to get moving now to fix this issue. The report says it was informed by various long-range financial plans, or LRFPs, but there's no mention that the tax and transit LRFPs are from 2017. 8 years later, costs are exploding. The report does not say why the updated LRFPs that were promised for June have been delayed until next spring. How is this informing responsible decision-making, I wonder? And why the delay? If staff workload is the reason, surely a $7 billion gap should take priority. And while the possibility of the province uploading the 174 or the LRT responsibilities adds uncertainty, that uncertainty can't justify delaying a plan for how to start dealing with the gap now. Does council know actually how much those deals with the province would likely help, and how big of a financial challenge would likely remain even if those deals were done anytime soon? Or are we simply relying on general assurances that things will be better if the province steps in? The infrastructure master plan included a financial analysis of Taywin, even though the development has not received final approval. Why is council not being offered similar clarity with our existing infrastructure? And I'll just point out that with the tax and transit LRP almost a year away, I'd like to know how staff were actually able to reassure council back in June that, and I'm quoting, current estimates show that we would continue to stay below the 8.5% combined tax and rate debt servicing ratio. That was a claim that was made in the rate LRFP presented to council in June, but no supporting analysis was presented. What was that reassurance even based on if those tax and transit reports are not going to be seen by this committee and council until next spring? The danger of council kicking this down the road is that bad financial news, I fear, is being buried until after the next budget discussion and the next election, so politically attractive projects can move forward while essentials go unfunded. The city also risks locking into major projects like Lansdowne, you know I was going to bring that up, that would see us take on at least another $300 million in debt without an honest picture of affordability. Affordability is not just whether we can pay for it, it's what do we sacrifice when we pay for it. If you face a scale of looming costs in your own household, would you push off a discussion with your partner or your family until next year? Would you keep spending on non-essentials? Even if your problems weren't entirely of your own making, would you move ahead on the assumption that someone else will bail you out? Would you advise your children to manage their finances this way? Now is the time to focus taxpayer dollars on making progress on our most pressing issues, not to downplay a serious fiscal problem. Ottawa residents and council deserve better. We need an honest current assessment of our finances so we can begin to make progress now on a solution. Not a delay not a delay that pushes larger costs onto the next generation to deal with. Council should insist on clarity before approving these budget directions and certainly before making any further significant financial decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I guess my question is kind of twofold. What response have you received back from staff about the documents that you're talking about that haven't been tabled yet? And I guess a corollary is, how concerned are you about the tax-supported assets you're talking about and the financial gap that we see?
Yeah, so maybe the first one, and I'll just explain my understanding, and other delegations have mentioned this. So I was part of a delegation of the FCA delegation to finance staff, senior finance staff in April of this year. And there was discussion, we were talking about the city's debt levels and so on, and concerns that the FCA had about that. During that meeting, I'll say it was confirmed that the long-range financial plans were coming down and will be presented to this committee and then go to council in June. And that jives with my understanding of the provincial regulations that required the city and all cities across the province to do so. So that was about the end of April. So in June, you only saw the rate long-range financial plans at the beginning of June. And my understanding then was, I thought, well, okay, maybe tax and transit are coming on later in the month of June. And of course they didn't. So then I made an inquiry. Then I was told they would come to this committee meeting. And now I'm told, and I put the question through your office, it was confirmed that no, they won't be seen until April or May of next year. So if you're having a conversation with senior staff in April, that you're going to see that report in June, to me, you're putting the final touches on that report as you're giving that confirmation. And now what? It just got thrown ahead by almost a year? That doesn't make sense to me. And that just raises a red flag, and for me, and I think it should raise a red flag for all of you as well. It's huge. It's, you dealt with rate in June. It was a $3 billion problem, although half council ultimately only approved going ahead to address half of that problem, and the prioritized list of assets, and half of that got kicked down the road. I'm not sure there was actually a specific question put to staff about, well, when are we going to deal? What about the other half? When are we going to deal with that? Are the costs to address those just going to continue to inflate as the years go by, and we'll just kick it down to the next generation? I'm really not sure. So there's that. But tax and transit, it's close to 7.6 billion as far as I can tell, having gone through each of the individual asset management plans to look at those. So that's a big concern. And I guess to answer your second question, I'll try to be brief. I started thinking about this last year. Because I was concerned about this, I started asking staff at the end of December, so over 8 months ago, to see the data and reports that informed the capital asset management plans. I'm still waiting for that data. It's been 8 months. I'm still waiting for that data because the data will provide me and you, counselors, if you're interested in seeing that granular data about assets and facilities in your wards, it will give you that granular information about what's at risk here when we don't fund our infrastructure properly. So I've been asking for that, and it has been like pulling teeth. And again, there's access to information legislation that says I should have had that months ago, I would say. There's also provincial regulation that requires the city to indicate how it will share that information. And the answer back from the city most recently to me was, here's I don't have the email address, but it's the equivalent of, if you have inquiries about it, info@capitalassets@ottawa.ca. That's not, that's not sufficient. And that should be a red flag as well. Why are we burying this information? It's just, so it raises all sorts of concerns for me. And I am worried, very worried about the fact that we're doing things around the edges. And they're important things you needed to do as much as we can in this situation, but I feel like we're doing things around the edges. We're not looking at the big picture, which is what's our revenue? And as someone else talked about, how is the city developing? Are we developing in the most efficient way, making use of the infrastructure that we have? And I won't get into zoning about that, Councillor
Thank you.
Leeper, but yeah.
Thanks, Carolyn, for that and the explanation. I know another councillor has a question for you, so appreciate it. Appreciate your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Plante.
Hi, Carolyn. I always agree. I always do appreciate your delegations. I just had a quick question because and maybe I missed it. What is it you would like to see instead? I know you said you want the disclosure of documents, but I'm just struggling here with, you're saying that we need to put more money forward. I get it, but like, what would you like to see? What is the ideal outcome you'd like to see out of this?
Yeah, well, I guess first and foremost, I don't think you can have an informed discussion or debate or even decision on that unless you actually have that information. So my first would say, as I said, insist council, this committee and council needs to insist on getting better direction on what that tax and transit deficit looks like, so we can really inform. Is the 3.7 or whatever it is that the property tax recommendation, what is that? I mean, it's just a number. It seems to be a purely political number. It's just a number. It's not based on anything other than we want to keep taxes low. And as I said in my delegation, everyone who would say no to keeping taxes low? Of course, you want to keep taxes low, but in the absence of understanding those trade-offs, it's a bit of a useless conversation. You need to have that information. I would echo the comments about transit. We've just spent, what is it? I'll say $4 billion on our LRT system, and we are just, sucking the life out of transit, as far as I can tell, with increasing fares, taking away discounts for youth, the next generation of transit users. I would absolutely look much harder at the investments we need to get that ridership level up, as far as I can tell. Not just to support the investment, but to support the intensification that the city will need to do. We cannot intensify and have everybody have to show up in a car. It just will not work. So I feel like we need to look at those. We also need to, someone said it's not a spending problem. Well, I'll disagree on that. $20 million a year for Lansdowne for the next 40 years. May not seem like a lot of money to some councillors, but it would sure do a lot to cover youth transit passes and to help boost ridership. So I think that and development patterns, again, I'll go back to Olivia Chow. When she was presented with similarly dire circumstances, she raised property taxes by 10%. I hope we don't have to do that. But she also said, we can't build anything new. We have to focus on what it is that we have now, fixing what it is that we have now, and really making use of the infrastructure that we have to build the tax base on top of the infrastructure that we have.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll go next to William Van Geist.
Okay, can you hear me okay, Mayor? Okay.
Yep, good morning. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to address you on this very important topic. I'll begin with a couple wins in this year's budget process. First, we at Ecology Ottawa, whom I'm representing, were among those who asked that budget consultations be held earlier than other years to more meaningfully incorporate public input into the budget. And we were pleased to see, sure enough, earlier consultations permitted this year, and a handful of councillors hosted sessions. We'd still like to know, however, how the feedback from these sessions was incorporated into the directions before us. Was there or will there be, and as we heard a report, how were the directions changed as a result of what was heard? Second, we were also pleased to see the city's strategic priorities at least acknowledged in this year's directions. Their absence was one of our main criticisms last year. Now to our concerns with this year's budget directions. So we noticed that again this year transit is separated out, although it's unclear what's behind this approach. But we're particularly concerned with the stated goal of, quote, financial sustainability for transit. While it's unclear what exactly this term means, it suggests something like a break-even scenario, which we think is misguided. We don't impose such expectations on many other municipal services like emergency response, libraries, roads, or parks. Instead, we've collectively decided that such services are in the public interest and worthy of investment. And transit is no different. It benefits all Ottawans, whether or not they're using it. It gets people around efficiently and safely, relieves congestion, it keeps our air cleaner, and so on. Indeed, transit lies at the heart of at least two strategic priorities. The second one being a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options. And the third, a city that is green and resilient. But with inadequate reliability in transit and fare costs rising, including the cancellation of the youth pass that took effect yesterday, many Ottawans are forced to rely on car travel or simply forego travel. Meanwhile, the average annual cost of a private vehicle is over $16,000. We're flirting with a transit death spiral if we're not already in one, and we urgently need to break it. Hiking fares, cutting corners on operations, and deferring capital investments will not do this. It's good to see the climate lens mentioned again. Moving on to climate, by the way. It's good to see the climate lens mentioned again as committed in the official plan, but we reiterate our call from previous years that this include not only what emissions are reduced, but also what emissions will be generated. In other words, we need to know the net effect of our budgetary decisions on emissions. Moreover, the climate lens should be applied not just to capital expenditures, but also operational ones. Finally, I want to highlight a few points in a submission from the People's Official Plan Coalition, of which we are a member, that relate to the budget directions higher level view. This letter made 4 requests. First, for time series data on key operating budget categories, which would clarify how budgetary commitments to different sectors have evolved over time. Secondly, sectoral balance visualizations that would identify long-term shifts in resource allocation and better assess trade-offs between sectors. Thirdly, contextual reporting on declared emergencies, namely climate and housing and homelessness, to clarify whether the urgency signaled by these declarations is reflected in actual budget allocations and trends. Fourth and finally, we called for forward and backward-looking report on debt to illustrate the complete picture arising out of the separately approved long-range financial plans and multi-year investment and capital plans. While we requested this information for the budget directions report before us, I noted they weren't there and would now ask that that information be included in the budget documents to be tabled this fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for coming here with concrete recommendations. It's very appreciated. Have you submitted those to our finance staff prior to this?
Yeah, I'm just checking the date there, but that would have been, yeah, the 30th of July.
Okay, fantastic. And is there a reply in yet to those? Or
not to date?
Okay, because I think we come with the budget directions in September and then develop the budget for November, December for decision, and agreed that the earlier process was helpful. But what's most helpful is when residents are raising legitimate concerns and some requests, some of which I think have, the capital assets has been a big improvement in how capital expenditures are going to go on and what the climate implications are for those capital expenditures. There's been a lot of improvement over the years, but these types of suggestions are exactly what we need, and need to hear back some responses from staff about how we can improve in this, or if there's direction needed at committee to do so. So just thank you for raising those issues, and something we'll continue to work with staff on.
Thank you. And I noticed budget literacy among the priorities for council. That's very much appreciated. I know gains have been made in previous years. We think these 4 items would really improve things on that front.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Hi, thanks for being here, William. And yes, thank you for that suggestion about doing budget consultations earlier. Councillor Leeper and I did one in person a couple of months ago, and more than 70 people showed up. So people really do want to be involved in shaping the priorities of our city. So I thought it was really interesting where you were critical of the idea of transit having its own levy, when in fact it's something the whole city benefits from. I just wonder if you could elaborate on that, because, I've contemplated thinking about a levy targeted at chronic homelessness, for example, because I do know that residents like to see where their dollars are going. And it seems that you're advocating for a slightly different approach. So I'm just wondering if you could explain that more.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wouldn't criticize a levy per se. We need funds for transit, and everyone, as you mentioned, benefits from transit, whether they're on the bus, on the LRT, or in a car, or staying at home, or on a bike. So that would be great. I think putting the burden on the users and the users alone, i.e. by raising fares, is not the way to go. I don't think so-called efficiencies, that is operational cuts, benefits folks either. We heard earlier today that fare revenue was lower than expected, and therefore putting us further in the hole on transit. We really are at risk of a transit death spiral if we're not already in one. And by reducing reliability, by increasing fares, and again, just putting that burden on the users alone, even though everyone across the city benefits, we just don't think that's the way forward.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, because last year at the Transit Committee's budget meeting, when seniors came en masse to complain about raising seniors' bus pass rates, and they got a bit of a win on that one. I asked every single one of them that came to the table, and certainly the ones who identified as homeowners. And I said, would you rather pay a little bit more on your taxes, or would you rather maintain this more affordable bus pass? And they all said they'd rather pay more in tax and less in user fees. So I think that's pretty indicative. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much for the delegation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that's it for the delegation. So I'll open it up to members of the committee and councillors to ask questions or make comments. Anyone? Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to ask some questions about, well, a few things. I'll start with, I want to go to the transit percentage increases that are being proposed on the fare side. We're proposing between 2.5% and 7.5%. And I'll get to those disparities later on. But on that piece, we got into real, I think trouble is a good word for it, last year with the UPass, where we went outside of service agreements. Those things are still not resolved yet with student associations, and the administrations of those universities. My concern is that if we go down this path again of moving outside of what those service agreements said, then we may end up with referendums on campus, which I can tell you will not go well. We are at risk of losing the UPass program if we continue down the path of last year, and there's only so much that they will approve. So is the intent right now to make the signed service agreement documents by all 4 post-secondary institutions and to keep those whole, or is the intent to potentially go above that 2.5% amount to an area where I have significant concerns about the maintenance of the UPass in Ottawa?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. Following a motion that was approved last year during the budget deliberations, staff were provided direction to negotiate with the various universities and colleges to look at that agreement. Those conversations are ongoing still to this day. So we haven't finally resolved that, but my understanding is that yes, the intent would be to look at increasing above the 2.5%. Which would require ongoing discussions and negotiation with the various stakeholders. We've had positive discussions with them so far to this date. They've asked for additional information that the parties are sharing, and we'll continue with the dialogue leading into this year's budget.
Yeah, and I understand last year we were, that was my motion that you're referring to. We are where we are given last year's budget and the deficits that were identified. But I'm concerned if we keep going in that direction outside of the current negotiations, we're gonna lose the UPass in Ottawa. That is a significant concern here. Going to referendum on campuses right now is not wise. And for some of those institutions, you have to if you're going above and beyond what those service agreements said. So, Mayor, I am going to put a motion on the table because I was hoping to hear a different answer, that we're going to stick to the agreements that we have signed for 10 years now. I'm going to put a motion on the table that the UPass will increase by the percentage prescribed in the existing agreements to make sure that we have direction here at the table and not put these at further risk going forward by having larger increases than necessary on the UPass. So the motion is on the screen there. I'll read it in. If that's okay with you, Mayor? Okay, so whereas the UPass agreements between the city and the four post-secondary institutions, Algonquin College, Carleton University, St. Paul University, and the University of Ottawa, have proven successful for more than a decade, providing students with a means of navigating our city and OC Transfer with a steady and sizable revenue stream. And whereas in recent years, revenue from the UPass has accounted for 19 to 27% of OC Transfer revenues annually. And whereas encouraging transit use provides financial and environmental benefits to the city, and whereas Ottawa's UPass price is among the highest, if not the absolute highest UPass price in Canada. And whereas the city has an agreement with each of the four institutions to limit annual price increases to 2.5%. And whereas any increase beyond 2.5% would require potential referendums and could end the UPass program in Ottawa without explicit agreement between the city and each of those schools. And whereas maintaining the integrity of the UPass program is vital for OC Transpo and the city's transportation system. Therefore, be it resolved that item 5.2D2 be amended to add, the UPass will not increase by more than the percentage prescribed in the existing agreements. Mayor, I have other questions about the budget documents table. So the amounts that we're seeing as a percentage increase vary significantly. We're seeing huge differentials for each area. Why are the percentages so vast? And why can't we hone in on something a little more I guess, concrete?
Mr. Mayor, so I guess I'll speak to the easiest one first, being transit. Obviously, as we presented back in 2023 and an update in 2024, as I mentioned during my presentation, there's no one lever for, I'll call it the path to financial sustainability. So again, we're trying to own in on various elements and ranges, what could work, similar to last year. On the OPS side, one of the biggest drivers for them is collective bargaining. So they've already settled. They settled earlier in the year, and they were at 6.8, 3.5, 3, and 3. So compensation for OPS is approximately 85-ish% of their budget. So that's kind of an anomaly or an outlier for them. So they're going to be challenged in terms of what strategies they can put forward from their efficiencies, capital deferrals, et cetera. Some of the other financial strategies that we leverage here. So again, that's why there's a little bit of a lever process for those in comparison to the city. On the city side, right now, we're still going through the deep dive process, but we know that we have some good savings coming from the carbon tax. A lot of that will be over in transit, but there is about $3+ million on the city services as well from cheaper fuel and natural gas. We also have coming up in this budget that we were before you back in 2024, where we got council approval to purchase Constellation. So that's our administrative building in the west, where we will take ownership of that in February, March timeframe. So that's about $6 million savings. So as we've been going through the process in terms of looking at all these conditions and the different tax levies, because we do have the 3 levies, that's kind of where we're at this intersection, if you will, in terms of, moving forward with building the budget for the details for November 12th.
Yeah, and I very much appreciate the purchasing of Constellation, bringing that in-house, the savings that we can achieve there. There's several areas where the city's been doing that, and I think more to come, which is a great strategy. The percentages still do concern me because we have no idea if we're going to be having a giant levy for transit or a lower levy, or large, huge fare increases or more modest fare increases. And the difference in budgets is also an issue. You compare Ottawa Public Health to the Ottawa Police. Well, percentages for each of those varies vastly in terms of actual total amount of dollars, right? And I don't like that we continue on the path of that everybody's getting the same percentage. It's not based on need. There may be some worthwhile programs within Ottawa Public Health that are going to cost a little bit more, but the percentage wise, it's such a small amount when you compare it to larger budget items to begin with. I think we got to get away from this piece where it's just strictly based on percentage for each particular area, because those areas vary so differently in their bulk amount of funding that comes in. So I see my time is up, Mayor. That is a concern for me. The last thing I'll just put on the table is Carolyn McKenzie's question is, why are we waiting on the LRFP for tax? What is it looking like, and what might be the concerns there that we're not seeing as we approve these budget directions?
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Oh, there's a question. Mr. Mayor, I think there's a question there. So for the tax LRFP, so the tax LRFP and the transit LRFP are really, really integrated. So we brought forward, again, I don't want to be repetitive, but the rate LRFP, solid waste, housing LRPs have been updated and refreshed. The most complex is the last two. And the reality is both are significantly integrated when we look at our overall debt structure as an example. And of course, the overall implications of any potential upload that was new that came out during the provincial election in the April timeframe and when the budget was released. So because that's so integrated, we're well on the way of doing those both reports, but there's a lot more work to be done in terms of what could be potentially outcomes of those scenarios. And that's why it's pushed to May, April timeframe, and when we're going to bring those both back to committee and council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. During my time around this table, I have seen tax increases of 2%, 2.5%, 2.9%, and now proposed 3.75%. So to our city manager, what overall net tax requirement does the city need to fully fund core city services to our residents? What is that number?
Thank you very much for the question. Staff will take away the budget directions report when approved by committee and council today, and we will prepare a budget that will deliver city services and continue to deliver city services as we have over the past number of years. While we prepare the budget and table the budget, we will also look for efficiencies that will help supplement and save dollars and point them towards delivering of services and the term of council priorities. We feel that what's in front of us today, we can take that away. We can deliver a budget that will continue to deliver services as we do today.
I have not seen a budget yet that's fully met my residents' expectations for basic core services. I have roads in my ward, as I've said many times, that look like jigsaw puzzles. I have reports in writing from staff that say Class A sidewalks are in critical condition and put the public safety in jeopardy. Sidewalks I mention around this table that staff do not fund. So I need a number that will address the basic needs of my residents. That's what I need, because that's my responsibility to deliver to my residents. And I don't think we've met that yet. And we've heard from delegations today that we're not meeting expectations. I never got elected to build pyramids with my name on it. My residents want basic city services provided, and they're willing to pay for it, but we have not been able to do that yet. And that's what I'm trying to get out of these exercises. I can list, and I've listed multiple areas in my ward alone that one senior manager says Alta Vista and River Ward are racing to the bottom. of the infrastructure pile. Our infrastructure needs are so high. Why a senior manager would say that to begin with? We need these addressed. We need these addressed. Then I look at what's proposed for transit. And I say, we're going to ask people to pay up to 15% in the transit levy. I don't think so. We're going to ask people to pay up to a 7.5% fare increase. And then there's a clause here that says a list of operating efficiencies to reduce the overall fare and transit levy. What operation efficiencies are left? We just went through an April 27th review that cut basic transit routes in my ward that have left families who do not have vehicles on weekends with they can't even leave their house. Single parent with kids, more than one example, who cannot leave because their basic bus route is gone. And you're telling me we have operational efficiencies that we can cut from the transit budget? I don't understand. Where are the operational efficiencies in OC Transpo's budget? Does staff have an opportunity to provide some direction and information on that today? Because I want to make sure what we're passing here for staff, unlike our budgets, which are not based in reality, the transit budgets are the directions here realistic when it comes to the transit budget? Are there actual operational efficiencies left within the transit portfolio for us to go back to and cut by the time we see a draft budget a few months from now?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off, and if Troy wants to add, you can top me up. So one of the things that we've been doing this year is, I spoke about it in my presentation, when we talk about discretionary spending freeze and the hiring pause. It kind of sounds like it's repetitive because I've been saying that for the last 3 years that we've been in that kind of phase. So really what we're doing this cycle through is doing a deep dive in terms of renormalization of that. So every year I've been before you, and I've been talking about, at one point we were up to as high as $14 million worth of savings in the overall in-year budget, driven from vacancies and that spending freeze. So now we're basically normalizing that. So you go through 3 years of process where you reduced and paused your travel spending, your office supplies and all that. We're at the point now where we're going to see, okay, what is the new normalization of that? So there could be an opportunity there for some savings. We're really looking at our vacancy. If you go back to pre-pandemic, we used to run around a 3% gapping, which was basically what we account for in terms of the delays and the process it takes to hire people. So across the organization, we're still seeing, I don't want to sound like repetitive again when it comes to the pandemic, but we're seeing a little shift again in the marketplace. So going into the pandemic, we used to get a decent interest from federal sector staff wanting to come to the city. You go into pandemic, everyone kind of moved into a phase of stay where you are kind of thing. Coming out of the pandemic, we started to see a little bit of movement, and then what's going on in the federal sector and potential, realignment of their job workforce. There's a new term, what we call job hugging. So the industry now is what they're seeing is people holding on to their jobs and not wanting to move. So we're looking at, what does the calibration of that look like from a vacancy perspective? So those are two main areas that we're looking at. On the efficiency side from transit specifically, I spoke to the carbon tax. That's about $7 to $8 million worth of savings there with the reduction in the carbon tax. So again, we're looking at terms of, these are the things where there's no impact to staffing, when you look at the carbon tax. So these are the elements that will flow through that process in terms of when we look at efficiencies.
Okay, I appreciate that answer and a little extra comfort that's given me. When I see operational efficiencies, of course, I worry about service and impact to residents who cannot take anymore. What will be asked of me, regardless of what the fare increase proposal is passed today or the transit levy increase, and I realize it's a budget direction, is my residents will ask, what are we getting for that? So the number may not be as important as what service, the net increase in service. I can go back and say, you're going to be paying more, but here's what we're going to get for it. Because if I can't answer this question, there'll be no support to improve or to increase fares and or the levy. The last comment I have, Mayor, is just the Part G is the garbage fee increase, 10%. Again, an increase that will not sit well with my residents. Would staff be supportive if I were to add a G sub I, and it would just take the exact wording from the transit triple I that would say a list of operating efficiencies to reduce the overall garbage fee. So my intent here today would be to add those words as a GI to ask staff to go back and look at operating efficiencies within the solid waste services portfolio to put downward pressure on that 10% increase in the garbage fee. Would staff be open to that wording?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we will be open to that again, because we're at that, I've been calling it the intersection of this phase of the budget process to do a deep dive. I'm open to that. A little bit of caution there is all the transition that's going on in solid waste in that portfolio. That's why it was omitted, if you will, but certainly we can add that back and take that away with the work that I can do with the land team.
Yeah, given this is a budget direction, I would like to add that wording. So to the clerk's office, I have it written out, but it would be G sub I, simply a list of operating efficiencies to reduce the overall garbage fee.
So does that require a motion?
It is my understanding that the member is moving that as an amending motion.
Yeah, okay.
We can format that for you.
Okay, thank you.
And that's it, Mayor, for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, a few things. I wanted to start by thanking the delegations for bringing a similar perspective from different angles. I think they're right. We do have a real challenge with our city budget, our long-range infrastructure needs. It's 75 years of focused on probably on a healthy way to grow our city with a lot of sprawl. And we are on a better path now with our current official plan, but we have a 75-year deficit, let's say, that we are really struggling to figure out how to turn around. Not to mention the tremendous amount of growth that we're seeing in our city right now and all the pressure that puts on us to keep our infrastructure, building new infrastructure, providing new amenities. Property taxes don't automatically grow with the economy. We cannot run a deficit in our budget, and we have caps on how much debt we can take on. So we're really handcuffed as a municipality. And I guess an observation from all the delegations is I don't think I heard any of them talk about the provincial or federal responsibilities in stepping in and helping. In fact, a lot of times, not today, but a lot of times we hear people criticizing the mayor for even raising the issue, that there's a problem with municipal finances and that the other levels of government have a role to play in ensuring fairness and funding our cities as we continue to struggle with growth and other issues. So I wanted to start there. Actually, a good example of that is transit levy. Why do we have a transit levy? Because 25 years ago, the provincial government stopped funding municipal transit operations. They used to fund 50%. They no longer do. That's why we have a transit levy right now. On the Councillor Menard motion, I'm not going to support that. I don't want to see fares go up by 7.5%. I'd like to keep that increase as low as possible. I think it's fair to expect there will be fare increases. There will be property tax transit levy increases. And I also recognize we have agreements with the various universities, colleges, schools on that. But to just say we're not even going to pursue any change would put an end to some very constructive conversations that our staff have been having with the schools. And let's keep in mind right now that the current rate of the UPass is $57.25 per month, 58% less than the adult pass right now. It's $1 or so less than even our UPass. If a student were to take a ride every weekday, their fare would be $1.50 per ride. So if we're not open to at least having a conversation and negotiation with the schools, we're putting even more pressure on all of the other fare categories, high schools, seniors, adult fares, Equipass. The UPass is an incredible deal for students. I think it's too low, and we should be having those discussions within the framework that we do need agreement from the schools and from the student bodies. And the last thing, just I'll go back. The range of options available for fare increase and property tax increase. I certainly would not want to see a 7.5% fare increase. That's too much. I think 2.5% is more in line with what we should be doing. And I also think there's more appetite or more willingness to consider a property tax increase from residents for transit than we assume. So I'd like to see on the higher end of that property tax increase so that we can improve service and not just the status quo and definitely not a service cut. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the delegations. A few of them are very interesting, and I appreciate staff and all the work that's gone into budget directions and the presentations. As usual, at this time of year, I try to talk about transit and the funding split, so I'll go over to Cyril. Cyril, can you remind council and committee that what the funding split between fare and levy is?
Mr. Mayor, the approved funding is 55% fares, 45% levy. Right now, we're trending more along 68% levy, 33% fares. So call it 70-30 from a simplicity perspective. But again, 55 fares versus 30, 45 levy, which is versus 70 today.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you guessing what my follow-up question would be. It's only would be the third or fourth time in a row I've asked it. When we're looking at funding from a dollar perspective, has Ottawa ever spent more than we have today on transit?
Mr. Mayor, no, this is the 2025 transit budget was the largest. This budget directions will again grow that. I don't have it in front of me, but I think the 2025 budget was around 856 million or so. So we're just shy of $1 billion once we get this through the cycle.
When we as council, this term of council came into office at the tail end of November 2022, the approved 2022 transit budget was 727,965,000. That was the gross line listed in the 2022 budget. The approved budget, as you just said, was about $856 million. So about $127.6 million increase from the approved 2022 budget to the approved 2025 budget. Does that sound about right?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that sounds about right.
Okay, so there hasn't been a cut in transit.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure the facts are on the table. I understand that folks aren't happy, and I'm unhappy for a different reason. But when we talk about cuts, there haven't been any. We're spending more per dollar per resident than we have before. We've never spent so much on transit. When I hear about the service not making any money and it shouldn't aim to make money, well, it's not making any money. We don't need to worry about that. We're losing massive amounts of money. And property taxpayers are being asked to cover the difference each and every year. They're having to put more in than council originally anticipated that they would. Now, if council wants to have a review of that funding split policy, I would welcome that. It seems to be the only policy in the city of Ottawa we don't adhere to religiously. But the concern I have, of course, is that taxpayers are being asked to spend more every year despite a failing service. And I appreciate that there are different strategies on fixing that. And depending on who you ask, those strategies will change. But I'm concerned that we're not putting fares up high enough. I like user fees. If you use a service and you pay for it, you respect it. If it's free, that's what you think it is. It's free. It's not worth very much. So I agree with user pay. I think it ensures that those who benefit from the service are paying for it. Residents across Ottawa are paying, depending on the level of transit that you receive. You pay that levy split. I wouldn't want to see more of a cost added to property taxpayers. I think we need to look within our budgets, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how we're delivering. I'd like to see us get back to the council approved funding split, but I certainly wouldn't want to see us continue in the direction that we've been moving. So appreciate the time. Thank you for answering my questions, Cyril, and appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I'll start with a few questions for staff. Cyril, can you confirm what these directions actually mean for the boards expressed in real dollars?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that on my fingertips, but really from a percentage perspective, we're recommending that the boards, OPH, OPL, would follow suit with a up to 2.9%, and the same strategies from a efficiency perspective to reduce the overall net requirement.
Okay, is that something that you can get to me offline? Is that all right?
100% yes, yeah.
The report recommends incorporating efficiencies. Is there a target for these efficiencies, and how will success be addressed?
Mr. Mayor, there is no target, and I don't think it's fair to give a target to respective different levies and boards as an example. When you look at, as I mentioned in my presentation, you know, we focus on the property tax levy as one component of what I call the equation. There's obviously user fees, investment income, non-departmental revenue items that kind of fall to the bottom line. So respecting that, it might mean that there could be some opportunities there from a citywide perspective that the library or OPH may not have, that we can reduce the city's requirement, but still hold through on the board's requirements. So that's why it's kind of done that way. So we can work collaboratively together to make sure that the budget is presented for the needs of the service for 2026.
Okay, and finally on questions, as expressed in the 2025 library budget, 2026 begins some exceptional expansion for the system as our central branch comes online. Now, we've been transparent about the operating requirements needed to match the capital investment in this once-in-a-generation facility. Have these needs been considered, and what kind of discussions have you been having with the boards on directions?
Mr. Mayor, yes, they're definitely part of the consideration. Obviously, that's going to be a requirement for OPL's budget this year, is to fund the costs associated with opening up Hadasoke. What I can say is every year we kind of have these ins and outs, if you will, in terms of one-time blips. Like in 2025, we had a new fire station open. So whenever these new facilities come online, it kind of does put pressure in other areas. But the last thing what we strive to do is make sure we have a little bit more of a stable, predictable tax increase. So we kind of manage within to kind of, you know, smooth out the peaks and valleys of those kind of one-off things. And at this point, that's the one-off thing for this budget. Main thing for this budget is really Hadasoke coming online. So obviously we will be working to get a funding strategy to adhere to the costs associated with opening Hadasoke.
Okay, colleagues, I just want to take a step back and speak more broadly about the Ottawa Public Library and why this is going to matter this year. The OPL has done this efficiency work that we're discussing here proactively. The board and our senior leadership team are known for fiscal prudence. You know this. We've seen it year after year. And we've gone further than most, bearing a significantly higher share of the cost to build our central library than our peers in Halifax, Calgary, and Edmonton. We've been very good partners to the city. We've accepted directions or even lower than directions for years, always with the understanding that to deliver on the promise of Hadasoke, we need 2 years of increases above directions. And let's remember, the Ottawa Public Library accounts for only 1.36% of the city's total budget. That small slice delivers enormous value, providing access to knowledge, literacy, technology, and community space across our entire city. And we need to hire. We cannot push this off. When we open our doors in 2026, it cannot be a false start. We owe this to the Indigenous partners. We owe this to our partners at the Library and Archives Canada, and to the contractors and subcontractors who have poured themselves into this project, to our donors, and most of all, we owe it to ourselves. Hadasoke is going to be the spine of our system, so let's make sure that it's strong. And beyond this one project, libraries are not a luxury. They are the last truly democratic space in our city. And in an age of misinformation and disinformation, our intellectual freedom policy safeguards access to knowledge. In the age of AI, no algorithm can replace the human help our staff provides, whether that's helping a child learn to read, guiding a newcomer through a job search, or teaching someone how to navigate technology. Many of you have spoken passionately, some at the board, some here at this table, about the need for more hours, more programming, more branches, and enhanced services in your communities. Residents are asking for it every day. You are asking for it every day. The demand is clear and the need is urgent. Properly funding our libraries is not an expense. It's an investment in our city's future. It's how we deliver on our commitments and how we ensure that we cut the ribbon on Arasake in 2026, that it's not just a beautiful building, it's a living, thriving hub of learning and connection for this entire city. So as we go through our deliberations and our directions over the course of the next little bit, I want you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Gower's comments about other levels chipping in, and I will circle back to that. But when looking at this budget, it's undeniable that transit is the monkey on our backs. And I deeply share residents' frustration with the situation. It's costing more. We are still struggling with reliability with the bus service, delays with stage 2. It honestly feels like we're trying to solve a maze with no exit. And just a few minutes ago, I received an email from a parent describing her children's experiences on OC Transpo trying to get to the first day of school at Algonquin. And it's just unacceptable. I could read excerpts from it, and I'm sure they would not be unlike the ones you have in your own inboxes. So I'm curious about the work of the Transit Long Range Financial Planning Working Group. We did task that group with some interesting creative solutions to explore. So can we get an update on that work, and when will we be hearing back?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so there's been an extensive amount of work done that each of the members of that committee can adhere to. And every time we go in with, I'll call it an idea generation or a lever, it just leads into a lot of work, a lot of analysis, and in a lot of cases, a lot of changes to legislation or changes to what we can do. So it's been a very onerous process where, maybe it's something that we should be coming back at some point soon with a little bit of a report outlining all that. But certainly it's ongoing. There's been meetings ongoing throughout 2025 and more to come in terms of some ideas require, I don't know if I would say the word radical, but some ideas are quite a big of a change. And I don't think the budget is the process to flow that change through. It's probably a different separate report or the case may be, but I'll let the working group speak to that in terms of how that will come back, but certainly something that maybe the working group can consider the next time we convene is maybe looking at a potential report or encompassing update on all the work that has been done and what that means from a next step perspective.
I think that would be helpful to get that update, but we won't be implementing any new levers in this budget cycle.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I can honestly say yes or no right now. I think there's still more work to be done in terms of between now and tabling, and more work to connect back with the working group to see what we may decide to do in this budget cycle.
Okay, well, if at all possible, if we could get an update as soon as possible, that would be helpful as we consider this. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Menard's comments on the budget for Ottawa Public Health. With the province failing to fund its 75% share, we are in a precarious position with our public health funding, and I've signaled this during the last few budget cycles. My advocacy with the province does continue, but I just want to say, outside the pandemic, OPH's workforce has only grown by 6 FTEs in the last 14 years, despite increasing demands in the community. And it should be the province that is coming through with the funding. But in the absence of that, I am concerned that OPH continues to be asked to do more with less. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to just thank all the city councillors here around the table and senior staff who attended some of the ministers' meetings at AMO, because those messages were, I think, very well articulated in terms of the support we need from the province. There were some very important ministers there, but really, I thank Mayor Sutcliffe more than anyone else for meeting with all of them as well and making the points, because the expenses we have as a city are much greater than we can ask the property taxpayers to pay for, and the transit riders. Absolutely, I agree with this budget direction. We have to ask transit riders to pay their fair share for riding the transit system we have. But the advocacy to the provincial government and the federal government is critical. So thank you all for doing that, because it's very important. work was done, I think, during that conference that will help us in this budget. So secondly, I would just like to say that the police component of this budget, I know people have had questions about, but sitting on the police services board, I think that there's two components to the direction here for the police services this time, and it is a request. But I think more importantly, there will be, we're certainly talking about it already, program and services review component to the police services budget, just like we have at the city. So the councillors and the mayor and I, who sit on the program and services review for the city, have found $207 million over the past many years, right? Which equates to a 10% property tax increase that we're not seeing. If the same thing could be done for police services, that would be very helpful as well. So there's some, my point being is there's some very good work going on in the background that I think allows us to ask for a budget direction like this. Now I will put my Canada North hat on and say, how's everybody enjoying the LRT to Canada and Canada's largest tech park? Oh, no, you're not? Oh, that's because there is none. So this is a problem. We have second largest employer in the city, 14 billion GDP. Wait a second, I didn't pull the string on the back of my neck. 60,000 employees, 700 companies, and no LRT to the tech park. It just doesn't make any sense. But that is provincial money, federal money, right? So hopefully the advocacy will continue there, and we will see additional bus services. I feel for OC Transpo, we've had many meetings, Councillor Gower, Councillor Hubley, and I, talking about what we need in terms of service to Canada's largest tech park. I think good things are about to start taking place, but the transit budget has to reflect that as well. The one thing I would say about the efficiencies part of it, which I'm really glad to see in this, the whole budget discussion, is that efficiencies never end. You know, like I know you sort of think about it, how much more can we cut? But it isn't just that, right? It's how times are changing, whether it's technology or whether people come up with newer ideas for how we can not only be more efficient, but to avoid some of the costs we have. And I hope that councillors take the time to look at the recommendations coming out of the Program and Services Review Committee from the city to see the variety of things that are being looked at in order to be more efficient, avoid costs, and to generate revenue. So I will say that. The one question I have is I know that I'm going to get this from residents, and I think maybe others will as well. So we have done some great things in solid waste services. You know, we passed the three item limit. We looked for new landfills so that the trucks weren't driving as far. We went to 4 days so that we weren't paying for Saturday overtime costs. We have had the province take on some of the blue box recycling costs, yet we're asking for 10% more. So I already know the answer to this question, but I just wanted to ask, what is the answer to residents who say, I thought we were going to have reduced costs for our solid waste part of our property tax bill instead of increased? Why is it increasing?
Mr. Mayor, so again, this kind of lines up to, if you recall last year around this, or in June last year, I guess, the solid waste program used to be funded partially from the tax side, partially from the rate side, and we shifted that over to the rate side. And again, that was the right thing to do and supported by council. That provides much more transparency in terms of the cost of the program. So even though the cost is increasing, we're increasing that cost to supporting the longevity of the 30-year plan. So solid waste program is very capital intensive in not every year over year, but in peak time. So when you get to like a 25, 30-year horizon, if you do need to do another landfill or use other technology, those components are extremely costly on a one-off longevity perspective. So really we need these increases to support the operations, but also support planning for the investments that will be required 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
Thank you very much for explaining that. So we can all take that clip. If anybody has that question asked of them, you know that we're planning long-term for some pretty heavy-duty expenses regarding solid waste. Anyways, I'm okay with this direction. You know, there's not everything you could ever want. And I'm looking forward to the long-range planning for LRT Stage 3 to Canada North. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just one question and then my annual plea to members not to go down this path. But to staff, Alain, with respect to the deficit in the snow clearing or snow operations of $23.5 million, to the best of my knowledge, a round of snow clearing costs $2, maybe $3 million these days, if that. That's a really big deficit in snow operations. What are those costs made up of?
Mr. Mayor, I think the challenge that we had this year with the snow budget, and just to take a bit of a step back, when we look at the snow budget, we also look at a kind of a 5-year running average because we're always at the mercy of what Mother Nature is going to throw at us. So what really contributed to the cost this year is basically we had most of the winter in 2 back-to-back significant storms. We basically had 30 centimeters back-to-back, which meant that it put a significant strain in terms of snow removal efforts. By far, our biggest cost when it comes to winter is snow removal. So that's really what contributed to this year's shortfall. If we look at the previous year we had a relatively light winter. We ended up with a surplus at the end of the year. So we can see that there's a lot of variability. The caution also is when we only look at the winter based on total accumulation, it really doesn't depict how that snow is coming down. If we had the same amount of snow, but that had fallen over a longer period of time, I think you would have seen lower financial pressures in terms of our budget, because we would have been able to deal with it more on an ongoing basis than kind of in that 6 to 8 week period that we had to go nonstop.
I understand the extraordinary winter we had, and I appreciate the work that your team has been doing, chatting with Councillor Trosser and I about some of the improvements that can come with respect to snow clearing moving forward. But I just don't understand how it could have cost $23 million when, you know, a full round of snow clearing, again, to the best of my knowledge, is only a couple of $1 million.
Mr. Mayor, maybe Alain, if you don't mind, because I recall back in 2015 when I joined the city, using that number then, $2 million for an average, I'll call it a snowplow run. I think that was a relevant number back then when we seen relatively like your 5 to 10 centimeter falls where you had a full clearing on the go, or in process, if you will. What you've seen is quite a bit of a shift in the changing of the weather patterns. So I think what he's just mentioned here, when he talks about snow removal, the trucking away of snow, I can tell you that in January, February timeframe, we were working closely with procurement in my shop. We couldn't find trucks. So because of the extensive back-to-back events that we had, the extensive snow removal was pretty extensive, and that's where your real cost comes. We were trying to source trucks for, I think, 14, 21 days. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's the biggest driver. So again, it's always hard when we look at metrics when winter operations of a comparable, because every time there's a different, you know, precipitation. It could be freezing rain before or after a snowfall, or if there's back-to-back events and you're trucking snow away, it really changes the outcome. But really, that was the biggest driver to date this year for snow removal.
Okay, I think we can chat more about it offline, but I'd love to see some sort of accounting of like what was the financial cost of overtime hours, contracted resources, that sort of stuff, because it seems out of proportion to what I thought snow removal costs. So I would appreciate that, you know, over the course of the next several weeks. I will ask colleagues today not to go down this path. I feel as though we're in quicksand. I've been a city councillor for 10 years now, and year after year, we are taking the same approach that Mayor Watson brought to the budget setting exercise of writing a budget according to directions to reach a tax target without knowing whether or not that target is going to allow staff to achieve the delivery of services that people expect. The multiple of my colleagues have spoken to this today. I think Councillor Brockington put it very well. We don't know whether a budget at 2.9% is going to allow staff to get the basics of service delivery right. And when you talk to residents, their feeling is that basic services are declining. Whether we're looking at things like timely snow clearing, sidewalk repair comes up frequently during this meeting. We've heard from delegations today about community buildings and sports facilities that are falling into disrepair. And I don't think that we have enough analysis of the kinds of choices that we're going to face in the budget directions report to feel comfortable sending staff away to write a budget that meets what I think is an arbitrary number. Transit, we don't have any indications if we send staff away with these instructions that we're going to be able to address what I think William called the transit death spiral. There's just not enough information about what is possible and what's not possible. I cannot vote for a budget direction that even contemplates a 7.5% increase in transit fares. I will ask my colleagues to consider whether we need a very different kind of budget direction, one that considers whether or not we're going to be able to achieve the services that residents expect. Services in the minds of residents have been declining for the past decade. And if we use the same approach that we've been using to set the budget, I don't think that there is any reason to believe that that trend is not going to continue. We need to tell residents they can expect that services are going to be delivered as they deserve, which this budget direction does not do. When the budget finally does come back, I hope colleagues will also remember that we are not capping the budget today. We are not constraining what the final budget will be. And I hope that when staff come back with a budget written according to the directions that we're about to send them off with, that you'll have a moment to take some sober second look at the kind of budget that comes out of these directions and do something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I have a couple of great questions. I want to compliment our winter staff, and I thank you for that. We've worked very hard as a committee, and I think that's probably one of our gold stars this year is related to how well we've done on snow removal, and it was an anomaly. I'll tell you now, the amount of snow we got was unbelievable. How much do we spend on our budgeted $90 million or $95 million, I should say? We upped it to ensure we would always try to remain in the black, which we've done for several years till we got this snow bomb. How much is spent on hauling out of downtown?
Mr. Mayor, our annual budget's usually around 25 to 30 million just on the removal component. About half of that is from the downtown area. Now, I don't have the number for this year, but in general, that's what we budget for.
Wow. Wow. We saw another delegation spouting on how much they pay in taxes downtown. I think we spend a lot in policing downtown as well. So there's a bit of give and take. I assume garbage pickup's more challenging downtown. Everything's pretty challenging downtown. So it's unfortunate we've heard some delegations today that have tried to, and I'm disappointed some councillors that allow us not to work collaboratively like we have up till now. Instead, pitting ultra urban downtown versus the rest of the city. I also see the police budget that's been grossly underfunded for many years. I guess Cyril and Wendy, you've been around for quite a while. Do you see the direction that we have for policing as something that is not only required, but if we don't proceed with that, safety and security could be at risk in this city? And I know that's a very pointed question, but I think we see it time and again. It's one of the number one things I hear is how valuable policing is in communities and this new model that we have back. Is that something that you see as a valuable investment in the city?
I mean, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to not answer the question, but understanding the governance of the board versus my role as the CFO of the city, I don't want to pass judgment on the question if respectfully. I think that's more of a board question or the chief answer that. Thank you.
Just add to that, in the sense, Councillor, that we will work with them as we did last year.
Yeah.
In terms of meeting the budget direction. So we are committed to doing that work.
Great. And we always base our numbers on a household. And forgive me, I don't know, we haven't had an impact for so long. I think this is half the issue. We always do our budgeting based on an average household of $415,000. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That's based on the 2016 assessment value.
Yeah, I don't know what magical house you can get for $415,000 these days. So I've gone ahead and used the snappy calculator that we have online. And I'll be posting some of those later and including that in some of the discussions when I speak with constituents. When I see, on that $415,000 house, $1,000 chopped out for education in the province, we don't see that money, correct? That goes directly to the province?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And when I see $1,000 going to transit, almost 1,000, I have the breakdowns here. I've also done $600,000 and $700,000. It's could be, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Would that be a fair assessment? That's how much of that chunk goes to transit that we're paying for as taxpayers?
Mr. Mayor, that is fair, yes.
And I see policing dramatically less. I actually did the evaluation, Mr. Mayor, for over several years. And how policing is dropped off the map. I think there was a lot of poor decisions made by former police chairs that allowed this to fall in such a state where we're not able to keep up with our suburban calls. I'm really focused on that. But the one part, and I asked you, Cyril, to please collect the data because I do think we do have a very difficult discussion. I hear from a lot of colleagues that want to. Oh, just raise taxes. Well, I got news for you. Every time you raise taxes, seniors still have to pay tax, even if they own their home. And that's a massive impact on seniors. So the only part of the budget that we can really even play with, aside from increasing policing and some of the other things, is the citywide component. So I've asked you for a complete breakdown on the citywide because I think that's where the real rubber is going to hit the road in discussing on what we see as priorities to be able to ensure we get the low-hanging fruit. So is that something you'll be able to deliver not only to myself, but to members of council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is ready maybe today or tomorrow. I'll get that over to you. Yes.
Great. And last, I completely support what Glenn has said in regards to, we shouldn't look at ourselves and look at other levels of government. It should all be us. No. Why do you think we have FCM and AMO is because they've downloaded everything to municipalities. We're the catch-all for everything. But some councillors feel, well, we should be able to do it on our own. No, we certainly shouldn't be. You should be petitioning your MPP in your area and your MPs in your area and ask them to contribute to the frontline services of their own cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I just have a few questions to staff. Notwithstanding the 32 million earmarked from the tax stabilization reserve, if the provincial government doesn't provide relief, how realistic is the 3.7% overall tax increase target, given the 37.28 million projected 2025 deficit and the ongoing service pressures that the city is seeing?
Mr. Mayor, this will be a challenging budget, absolutely. In terms of speaking to what that looks like at the outcome, we're deep into the process. There's a lot more work to be done. Obviously the levers in terms of the OPS range, the transit range, the other efficiencies, the other things that come forward will impact where that falls. So I can't speak to what will be actually tabled, but I can tell you it will be a challenging budget that we can meet a budget that tables to that direction.
I know that we heard from Councillor Curry about the ongoing need to address efficiencies, and I would absolutely agree with that has to be an ongoing process. And I applaud both staff and councillors who have been involved in terms of finding those efficiencies. But obviously around the council table, we also have to think in terms of specificity. So what specific efficiencies comprise the additional savings needed for 2026 beyond the $207.5 million already achieved?
And Mr. Mayor, so that list is still being compiled. As I mentioned earlier, the carbon tax is a significant one. That's about 10 million overall for the city budget, 7 to 8 in transit, and the other residual 2+ in citywide services from a diesel fuel perspective and natural gas perspective. I spoke about the close to $6 million from Constellation. So Constellation becomes ours in February, March timeframe. So that's a savings that we'll get there. And now all the other stuff is components that I don't want to give a number to yet because we're just not there yet. That's the work that's ongoing in terms of from here now till November 12th.
Well, I'll definitely look forward to those specific numbers in terms of addressing efficiencies. I'm also interested in what contingency planning exists if assessment growth falls short of the projected 1.6%.
So, Mr. Mayor, as a reminder, annually in April we come forward our tax policy report, and when we look at we looked at the last 10-year historical assumptions for growth versus or assessment growth versus what actualized, and I think it was only 2 or 3 years where we were slightly off the mark. And typically what happens is if there is a gap there, we fill that through the tax policy process. As a reminder, for this budget in 2025, we assume 1.5. We came in at 1.43, but that shortfall in that gap was addressed to the tax policy process. When we do the tax policy process, we do all of our ratios and updates in terms of the mix from single, multi-res, commercial, industrial, et cetera. There's usually typically a little bit of a variance where there's typically a pickup of 3 to 5 million at times. So that's how we kind of fill that. What I can tell you is where we are today versus where we were last year at the same juncture, assessment growth is trending to be a little bit higher. So again, the assessment process goes throughout the year. When we get around June, we get regular updates from Impact in terms of what the numbers are looking like. And then as we get into August and September, we typically get bi-monthly updates. And again, right now we are trending towards 1.6. The final number comes in December. So it's always a little bit of a shift in terms of what the final number looks like. There's been times where the final number has been higher. A couple of times we're just slightly lower, but the risk mitigation is really the tax policy to mitigate against any shortfall.
And my final question addresses, I think, the direction that we heard in terms of discussion from our delegations. And it's somewhat general, but I think that the delegations would probably appreciate some insight here. So how will the city balance infrastructure renewal needs with affordability constraints?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off, and I'm not sure if Tammy would like to top me up, but really that's the work that's already in progress when it comes to the tax LRFP and really the transit LRFP because they're so integrated. So, we're still trending towards and continuing to invest more in infrastructure. Every budget adds more money to the infrastructure funding, specifically on the citywide. In the past 3 years, we've increased by 6 million per year. So we continue to build that base up, which is well over 200 million from a base operating perspective. If you go back to 2016 timeframe, I believe I recall at that point in time, the base number was around 125 million. So we've been continuing to invest more there. The next piece now in terms of aligning that LRFP with the AMPs that were submitted to the province earlier this year, that's the work that we got to do that's coming back in the spring of 2026.
Thank you for those answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Plante.
Yes, thanks everyone for the really thoughtful discussion that we're having here today. I was really, it is not a secret in Ward 12, we have a very serious lack of public amenities for people even just to go play basketball or to play ball hockey. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, and I have someone next to me who can confirm, from Beechwood to MacArthur, we only have the Richelieu Venue Center that could accommodate, is like sort of a community center. And even then, that's not really tailored to having sporting infrastructure. So because we have such an awesome can-do attitude in Ward 12, I was wondering, Cyril, if you could elaborate on what a levy would look like to have a new community center in that area. Is a levy possible? Is it just for the Vanier area? Is it ward wide? Can you maybe expand on that? Because I am mindful of the greater pressures on the city as a whole.
Mr. Mayor, yes. So I think what you're speaking to there is a great question, by the way. It's a special, what we refer to as a special area levy. This is something that's been done in the past. There's one done in Councillor Carr's ward in terms of the covered rink out there. So really what the process is, typically we get reached out to Joseph and team, and then that's where he starts running the data in terms of the catchment area. So kind of get an idea of the mix of properties and what the tax collection would be. Then we run some analysis in terms of the costs of the infrastructure. So if I were to really simplify it, okay, what is the actual tax collection that we can get from the area within your ward? What's the cost of the community center? From there, we can derive what that impact would be from a special area levy. But there's a process to flow that through committee and council. So certainly something that we can take away and work with Joseph and team in terms of running some analysis and what that would look like.
And is there a possibility of doing a mix? Say, for example, if a third party wanted to come in, the levy, and then city funds, CIL, like is there possible to have kind of a soup of different funding structures?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there's definitely that, and that's something that we used in Councillor Carr's ward. Yep.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Because I'm kind of at the later end, I'm just going to have a whole random selection of questions that haven't yet been answered. I will say that 2026 will be the last year that my ward pays for a special area tax levy after, I believe, it's been since 2004 with the Canterbury Community Centre and the Canterbury Outdoor Rink back to back. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's pretty correct. I know in 2016 was kind of refreshed, but I think it was back to that time frame. Yes.
Yes. My only advice on that, Councillor Plante, would, and I think the rules have changed now, you need to have a vote on it, whereas that wasn't the case before. I still answer scores of emails about that tax levy. So I'd love to have a conversation with you if that's something that you're interested in pursuing. Councillor Brockington brought up the fact that Alta Vista and River Ward are both lacking in infrastructure renewals. I can vouch for that. Absolutely. But I have a question for Tammy, actually, with respect to the capacity we have to add more infrastructure projects in terms of staff, like your staff, also in terms of the construction industry. And right now I have, and I mention this because I have a lot of infrastructure investment going on right now. Heron Road we opened the other day. But we had to close it for Bank Street. I have a whole bunch of integrated sewer renewal projects coming up. I have speed hump projects through NTC and TTC. How much more capacity is there in the industry if we were to substantially increase that budget?
Mr. Mayor, in the preparation of our budgets and the long-range financial plan, the actual, the implementation, the doability and the capacity are measures that we look at in terms of analyzing what are those priority needs that need to be funded. So that criteria that the councillor just listed are very important measures that we take into consideration when coming up with that list.
Okay, thanks. So that's all considered. And is there a lot of capacity to add a lot more?
Mr. Mayor, these types of conversations are a little complex because it also does depend on what is happening citywide in terms of construction as well. But we take a look at long-term forecasts and capacity within that term. So it will fluctuate from year to year. So, but at this point in time, it is about finding ways to creatively increase that capacity, both within our ability to deliver ourselves and the industry.
Okay, thank you. A question for transit now. I was reading some of what was done in Toronto, and they did a fare evasion study that was presented, and they estimated that in 2024 they had a loss of $140.9 million done due to fare evasion. This is something we've discussed at Transit Committee several times. The fact that even adding fare evasion, we haven't seen a decrease in that at all. Has there ever been any attempt to quantify that loss?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. In terms of trying to quantify it, it is problematic. It is a challenge that all transit agencies are facing. But we work closely with our colleagues in the IBBG, the International Bus Benchmarking Group, as well as COMET Community Metros, to look at things that they're doing to quantify, but as well as to reduce the fare evasion issues that they're experiencing. So that's something that, as you mentioned, we have been talking about at Transit Committee, and we'll be coming forward to you shortly with some additional metrics on our fare evasion. It's also important to keep in mind that with regards to the deployment of our fare inspectors, we are deploying them to areas where there's been reports or complaints of fare evasion. So it's more of a targeted approach. So the fare evasion rates that you'd see may not be reflective of the entire system, because we are directing them to those problematic areas where we've had complaints or where we've had concerns raised to us.
Okay, thanks. Skipping over to Cyril, I believe now. Councilman Ard asked a question about why we have to have like the standard 2.9 or whatever it is across the board. When you get the increase for the citywide levy, is it applied equally to every general manager's area?
Mr. Mayor, no, it's not. And I've talked about this in the past. Every department is different. If you look at community social services, which is the largest part of our budget, they have a lot of provincial funding programs. When you look at recreational Dan's area, obviously they have a heavier load of user fee revenue, much like in Ryan's shop. When you look at bylaw, their revenue, paramedics, 50-50, some programs 100%. So we do not allocate 2.9% across the board. I do not give, nor do I give targets to departmental budgets. It's really a collaborative approach that we work on collectively from an SLT perspective, understanding the different challenges and pressures that they might be each facing.
Okay, thank you. When I was at the FCM conference, the Prime Minister spoke and he talked about lowering development fees. And then he also spoke about making municipalities whole. And that was something he said. Is that something that there's been discussions with the federal government at all?
I think we have the same information that you have, Councillor, on that. There are no details that have been provided to us today.
Okay, thanks. I kind of missed one question on transit. Actually, I think it might be for Councillor Menard. Well, not really, but for the UPass at Carleton, my understanding is that only, at any of the institutions, it doesn't work in the summer. The students don't use it in the summer. It's only for the 8-month school year, or is it year round?
It's per semester.
Okay, so in the negotiations at all, is there any discussion around extending that? And I know Councillor Menard wanted it held to a certain percentage, but is there any discussion around changing that? I know my daughter goes to McMaster University. My son goes to Carleton. She uses her bus pass all summer. She also has a bike share that she pays into during the summer. Are any of those things being explored in those talks at all?
Mr. Mayor, primarily the conversations right now have been focused on the percentage fare increase on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff. This is going to be the beginning of a very complex discussion. So many moving pieces. In terms of transit, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues about funding from other levels of government. I've been talking about this for 5 years at least, when I wrote an op-ed during the pandemic about the need for assistance. We can't do it on our own. And this is something that we have to keep talking about in terms of operational funding, not just capital. So I hope those conversations are still alive and well. It's really a crucial point for transit, especially in my ward. We're going to get 7 new stations. But in the meantime, we've got huge amount of construction. It's very frustrating. And the bus service is very inconsistent. So this is a problem. And we're going to lose more riders because of it. All the outfall from the construction. So this is a low point in terms of, if I use my ward as an example, for ridership. And how can we work on that? This is probably more of a question to Mr. Charter, but how can we make sure that we don't lose those riders in the meantime? Because we're not going to open up stage 2 in the West End until 2027. We've got a couple of years, and I'm really concerned because the complaints keep rolling in.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you could repeat the question, my apologies if I missed that.
I was talking about that we've got 2 more years before stage 2 West opens. And I'm getting a lot of complaints about the service right now. It's going to be great when we have a, LRT line all the way through. There's going to be significant difference, and we'll see a lot of changes. But in the meantime, we're losing a lot of customers, a lot of ridership, because the service of missing buses and late buses are happening constantly.
Yeah, so that's a great question. We know that, the service reliability is something that's very, very important to our customers, as well as obviously to councillors. Recently implemented our new ways to bus network in the spring of this past year. We're now starting to obtain that data, and we're starting to see the trends that are starting to emerge. We're going into obviously the fall period of time, which is a very busy time for traffic congestion as well as ridership. But we're starting to see those trends start to emerge. So as we're going through our quarterly service changes, we'll be able to be making adjustments, looking at things where, if we can change a bus assignment, or if there's small changes in terms of frequency and those types of things, we'll be looking at those where we can make those types of adjustments. As well as, as the stage 2 construction in the West advances, we know that there's going to be some, there's been some changes already in terms of ramps opening up again, which will help improve our bus reliability. We'll get some buses off detours, those types of things. So, but a big portion of it is looking at those quarterly service changes and seeing where we can make some incremental changes or improvements post implementation of the new ways to bus network.
Thank you, and I appreciate the work that Pat Scrimger was doing on making efficiencies on routes like Route 11. That was really helpful, and I think we have to work with our TMP plan people on those to bring those efficiencies. And appreciate the comments from my colleague, Councillor Curry, about the extension of the LRT to Canada. I'd love to see that. I don't think it should end at Moody. It's not the best place to end a transit station. We need to keep going. So appreciate that. My next topic is asset management and the shortfalls that we're seeing. We see these things coming down the line. We know that these buildings need to be replaced in some cases. I'll give the example of Belltown Dome that is coming up to the end of its life cycle, which was 50 years. It wasn't a surprise. We're actually at 55, if I'm not mistaken. How do we get the funds to replace buildings like this? This is wrong topic. This is recreational buildings that are very much needed in our community. And we have social housing nearby as well. We desperately need these services. So how are we prioritizing these areas when the asset management budget is so tight?
Mr. Mayor, we are working with our partners, and if Cyril wants to add more information, but that will be part of considerations for the next tax long-range financial plan, is to take a look at how do we look into adding costs of not just renewing facilities, but where needed, where they have to be replaced. So that will be a consideration for the next long-range financial plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is just one example. We've also got field houses that are just completely out of date. And I've already put my CIL money in to get them up to be replaced. So we have architectural drawings, geotechnical studies done. And then we're depending on development charges to pay for it. And that worries me a great deal when we hear talks about where development charges are going. How are we going to make up for any differences that we don't get from development charges for these much needed facilities in areas where we're expecting a great deal of intensification because they're near transit stations?
Mr. Mayor, I think that's the complex funding strategies that we'll be bringing back as part of the LRFP. You know, the DCs should be paying for the growth component, and anything that they don't do there puts pressure on other funding sources. I think another thing I would like to highlight as well is, you know, some of the examples of other efficiencies. So we continue to look at the facilities rationalization as part of the work that Dan and his team are doing, which is endorsed by the service review framework. So that's another area where there could be some potential efficiencies that could come forward in this budget as well, in terms of operating savings there, as well as another metric in terms of looking at the existing portfolio of all the variety of assets, and, you know, what should remain versus what should be reinvested in.
That's great, because previous to that, it was about, you know, sprawl, and you get new facilities and new subdivision, or et cetera. But we have to change our thinking and look at updating the buildings in core areas where we're going to see major population increases. And right now, there's just no guarantee. And that's very concerning. We expect people to live in these areas. We expect intensification, but we don't offer the facilities you would have in a brand new suburb area where you get a new recreation building. So that mentality has to change. And I just want to make sure that that's part of our process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I thought it was really interesting that for the police budget and for transit, we're looking at a range in terms of a tax increase. May I ask why that was not done for tax supported services as well too?
Mr. Mayor, so as I mentioned, you know, transit I think is well on our way in terms of that, you know, 4 or 5 year path to sustainability with all the challenges that they're facing. It's not something we can do in 1 year. On the police side of the equation, the biggest challenge they have this year going into this budget is their collective agreements that have been settled at, you know, at 6.8% roughly is relatively high in terms of the 1 year. Then they go back to the 3s. On the city side, so the Ottawa Police Services, and even the transit for that matter, they don't have the access to a lot of the non-departmental revenue accounts that we do in terms of our investment income, you know, POA revenues, all the other revenue elements that we have there that helps our bottom line. In addition, from an efficiency perspective, you know, we're seeing a bigger benefit on the carbon tax on this side versus what police is seeing. You know, the one-offs in terms of the constellation, facilities rationalization, those are bigger things that we're seeing on the citywide that the smaller board like OPS is not seeing. So that's why the range was there in terms of giving them a little bit of flexibility to see what they can come in at.
And could that flexibility not be offered to other city departments?
So, Mr. Mayor, you know, the budget process started right after the last 2025 budget was adopted. We started right into 2026 budget planning. There's been a lot of scenarios, a lot of analysis done. And, you know, given the challenges, again, that I mentioned for OPS and transit, that's where we need a little bit more flexibility. But on the city side, you know, we know that we have some other levers in terms of our non-taxation revenue. So again, if you go back to that pie chart where, you know, 48% of our income is really from property taxes. If you break that down from an OPS, that's a bigger number for them because they don't have access to the other sources that we have and the other sources that we do on the citywide. So that's why we came into, you know, 2.9 being a reasonable number to kind of meet the demands that we have at this point.
Okay, well, I thank you for that. I think that we can all acknowledge there's a huge demand for more policing in some communities, and that there is a general understanding that our transit system is failing a lot of people. My concern, of course, is by not offering that flexibility to other departments, we're not looking at crime prevention. We're not looking at the kind of investments in my community that would stop the majority of crime that is often crimes of desperation or crimes related to a public health crisis. And I think we would all agree that the other levels of government are shortfalling us, are giving us a huge shortfall when it comes to the services that they should be funding. But at the end of the day, when I see a disaster on my streets, when I see people who are so unwell, when I see an unmitigated overdose crisis, levels of homelessness that we've never seen before. Our last point in time count showed more than 3,000 people are experiencing homelessness. It is frustrating because we absolutely want other levels of government to step up. But I believe that when we constrain city staff from coming to us and telling us how they're going to solve these real crises, we all lose out. And yes, there's only one taxpayer,
But again, I would rather pay a few more dollars and know that that person isn't screaming on the side of the street. I would rather pay a few more dollars so that my child doesn't have to pay $135 a month for a bus pass. Frankly, I would have to pay that. That is a tax on parents of young children. That is a user fee that is higher. I think that when we underfund city services, it means that we increase user fees and life actually gets more expensive for people. And so I'm frustrated to see that transit and police are given this flexibility, whereas we're not doing the very same thing with other city services, specifically the social services that frankly would help reduce a lot of the tremendous challenges that we're seeing in my neighborhood. I don't have residents come to me and say, keep my taxes super low. I have residents come to me say, solve homelessness, make the street cleaner, ensure that our sidewalks are not cracked. Why on earth are we draining city waiting pools on August the 19th in the middle of a heat wave? People want a city that works. I think our responsibility is to make the city work. And I would really like to see a budget process. This is why I've continued to vote against budget directions, where we ask staff, what do you need to fund our core infrastructure? What do you need to make sure the bus comes on time? What do you need to make sure that we have safe communities, and have them come back and give us options? Because ultimately, budget directions are a political choice, and I think this is making the wrong choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Like many members of council, I spent a great deal of time in the ward talking to residents, both going door to door and speaking to them at various community events. Mayor, you were in Barrhaven, had a great community barbecue. And while it was a great summer, and I hope the good weather stays, the underlying concern of the residents is affordability and the cost of life and the cost of living in Canada. And I think that has been borne consistently and proven consistently in the polling that has been done. And I hear it anecdotally in the community as well, just a concern over rising costs, and in the nation's capital, concerns about job security, particularly those in the federal government. So I do think we need to be sensitive to our constituents' ability to pay. I will make the case for a higher increase to the Ottawa Police. Recently joined the board and have seen the outstanding work that our police are doing. Their budget pressures are very real. We heard the treasurer talk about the wage increases that were recently renegotiated. We are paying solid wages for the hardworking men and people who help protect our city, and they're consistent with the other wage increases that we see right across the province of Ontario. And you don't really want to be living in a country that pays their police poorly. Those do not lead to good policing outcomes. We have the wage increases. We've seen a number of protests increase over a course of time in the nation's capital, and we've talked about as a council that we have to accept the fact that there will be these kinds of disruptions to the city because we're the nation's capital. We've seen significant growth in a number of communities, particularly the suburban communities, and thankfully, we've finally taken the bold step to build the new South Precinct Station, which is underway and will greatly enhance the service to the south of the city. And sadly, we've seen huge demand on various services for the city, including hate crimes, and we've seen recent disturbing cases that are completely unacceptable. And I do hear from my residents that they would like to see a greater police presence in the community. So I think when we get to the budget, I think that I will be clear that we need to have a higher increase for the police as is outlined here. That said, I noticed that we're also directing Treasurer that the police commit to finding some efficiencies. So I wonder if you could speak to both the process for the police, since it's a unique way to budget. It's different than the other parts of our budget. Could you just speak to that the police will be coming forward with their budget and making a case? And then secondly, just comment on the direction that they would come up with efficiencies as well.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I think I'll kind of leverage what Councillor Curry had mentioned as well. In terms of leveraging the service review framework that we've employed here at the city and garnishing that $207 million worth of efficiencies, the recommendation is there for the police to take that away as well and kind of work that through their budget process. I can tell you that I have had discussions with the senior leadership team at OPS in terms of their understanding of some of the strategies that we've been able to put in place to achieve that $207 million. So they're working closely with me in terms of leveraging some of the things we did on our side that they can do on their side. So that process seems to be endorsed in terms of what they're proceeding with, and the expectation would be, they'll table that budget with a list of those service review type framework efficiencies that they can flow through.
Good, and I'm going to support that. I'm not voting today, but I'll see what comes to council. I'm hoping to see continued collaboration between the Ottawa Police Service and the Treasury and the City of Ottawa. While they need to be independent, of course, for their policing activities, I see no reason why we can't continue to collaborate on some of the administrative services that are provided and potentially having some shared services. So I hope that dialogue continues between the police and the City of Ottawa. And I'll just close. I agree with many of the points brought forward that budget day at the City of Ottawa is not absolution day for the federal and provincial governments. And we can't go to federal FCM conferences and AMO conferences and say one thing and come back here and say another thing that we're not doing enough. We need to hold those two levels of government to account in terms of supporting cities. It's not just the City of Ottawa in this situation. We've seen some relief, thankfully, with the carbon tax. We need to keep the pressure on that carbon tax is not returned with some of the pressures that it creates for the City of Ottawa. So I won't be voting today, but I support the directions as it's tabled today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Just wanted to, yep. Councillor Leeper? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just doing some quick math here. The lost youth pass discount, if I recall, is somewhere in the order of $30 a month.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay, Troy.
Mr. Mayor, I'll get the exact number, but I think you're in the neighborhood there. Yeah.
So around $360 a year in additional cost for families who are buying a youth pass, or were previously buying a youth pass and now have to purchase a full fare pass. What was the overall tax increase that you showed us, Cyril, with respect to this 2.9% budget?
Mr. Mayor, 3.75 overall.
Sorry, 3.75. Sorry, in absolute terms, on the average 400 and however many $1,000 home.
$166.
$166. I'm listening to Councillor Desroches, who's talking about affordability, and the 3.75% tax increase that's being proposed would see, sorry, $169 per year? I didn't write it down.
166, Mr. Mayor.
$166 compared to the price of not increasing the transit revenue to cover lost fares, which for those families who are purchasing a full fare bus pass for their youth who used to get a discount are now going to be spending $360 more a year. Affordability is not just the tax number. For many families, transit is a huge factor in their affordability. I want to make sure that as we go down the path of writing this year's budget, that we consider the effect of fees and fares and levies. It is potentially going to add significantly more cost of living to people if all of those numbers go up to this kind of degree that we're seeing here, $360 more a year, for the sake of trying to keep a tax increase from going past $166 a year. It's critical to say and to understand the proportionality of those numbers. Mayor, thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you. I do have some questions that I'm going to ask and some comments, but just before we do that, just on Councillor Menard's motion, I just wanted to clarify that there's been some conversation behind the scenes, and my understanding is that Council previously directed staff to negotiate with the post-secondary institutions on the U passes, and that those negotiations are not yet completed. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. So therefore, I'll ask the city clerk just to confirm that if Council directed staff to proceed with negotiations and the negotiations are not yet complete, that it would be reconsideration for us to change the direction on the negotiations. Is that right?
So, Mr. Mayor, specifically late last year in the context of the budget discussions, Council did authorize OC Transport staff to negotiate and conclude new UPass agreements. And so, yes, Mr. Mayor, this could be directly in contradiction to that direction.
Okay. So that motion is reconsideration. Notwithstanding that, I will say I accept the points that Councillor Menard has made about the need for us to work with the post-secondary institutions and ensure that we're not in a position where we're jeopardizing the UPasses going forward. I don't think anybody wants that. And Councillor Menard, I'll happy to have you speak to that.
Thanks very much, Mary Ann. I'm not going to push back against reconsideration. I think there's some nuances there. That was my motion from last year, certainly in a new year, and some negotiations that I think we're supposed to report back by Q2 of this past year, and then September 1st of this year, which we haven't heard of yet of where those are. So I accept that ruling. I will just say that last year, students and academic institutions were not informed of those changes in advance. That was a big concern for them. So they weren't consulted before those changes were made. I think similarly this year, we need to have those discussions up front because that was a walking back of those existing signed agreements. Each of you have students in your ward. They are the #1 user of transit in the city of Ottawa, students. And so the UPass is unique. I do need to challenge a little bit of what's been said because the former mayor used to talk about it too, saying that, well, this is a great rate comparatively to other passes. But the difference, it's a false equivalency because the difference is that all of them pay into the fare. That's why it's a great rate. That doesn't exist on all those other passes. This is unique in that it's universal. They all pay in whether they use it or not. And that's why it's a decent rate. It's actually not a decent rate compared to other UPasses across the country. It's a very high rate. But I need to make that point about the UPass and why it's important. It sustained us through the pandemic, and certainly students on the backs of students who often have the least amount of funds to contribute to this, who rely on transit. So I'll just say, Mayor, we need this discussed and make sure that the UPass is maintained for decades to come in this city, because without it, we would be in a heck of a lot more trouble than we are now. And I hope staff are committed that we keep the UPass in place and not go to referendums on campus that may end up killing the UPass. So just want to make that point, Mayor, and I appreciate your comments, and I'll certainly work with staff on the motion that we had passed previously on where we're at with that to come back with hopefully an acceptable conclusion for both academic institutions and City Council. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. So I just had a couple of questions, and just to pick up on, in fact, the point that Councillor Menard just made with reference to what Councillor Leeper said about the discrepancy between the increase in a transit pass versus the corresponding increase in the tax rate. Is the same not true with regard to what, based on what Councillor Menard just said? In other words, everybody pays property taxes. Not everybody buys a transit pass. Therefore, it's not a surprise that if that a property tax increase would be of a corresponding amount would be a lower number than a transit pass increase, because fewer people are paying it. So therefore, of course, it's going to be a higher number, right? Is that not true?
Mr. Mayor, correct.
Okay. So just to wrap up on a couple of things, just on transit itself, I just wanted to ask Troy. Look, we all wish that some of the challenges we've had with public transit had not happened in the last few years. We know where we were, when this term of council started in 2022, and we had issues with light rail. We had a public inquiry. The ridership was extremely low at that time. It's still not where we want it to be, but is it your opinion that even though we still have work to do, and even though we still have progress to make, that we have achieved a lot of progress with the reliability of OC Transpo, that the opening of line 2 and line 4 has been a success, that we're building towards the East End extension, and that we are achieving progress with public transit, and it's better than it was a couple of years ago?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, and I really appreciate the time to be able to talk to that a little bit, because we do focus a lot on the challenges within our transit network. But to your point, there have been a lot of improvements, and that's something that our customers are starting to see now. O Train Line 1, challenging start, but we're averaging that high 98, 99% service reliability. So we're starting to get that reliability from the system that our residents deserve and expect. We continue to see good, strong performance from the launch of line 2 and 4. We almost seem to forget that we just launched that this year, and we're still within the first year of operation. We've seen some good progress there. Really high numbers, and our maintainers been able to maintain that level of reliability. Even moving forward on other aspects, we had the successful pilot project of the on-demand transit that we're looking forward to those. And council made the decision to purchase additional vehicles so that we can, move forward with that in a larger scale. So those vehicles will start to arrive next year for the on-demand piece, and that's an area for an opportunity where we talked about efficiencies for the organization. There's an opportunity there in which we could provide better service at potentially a cheaper cost. So there's a lot of things moving on. We've made some positive improvements on punctuality and reliability, and where we haven't, we've got a plan in place for that. The zero emission buses, we've got a small portion of the fleet in now, with more buses coming. And as we onboard more of those zero emission buses, we'll be able to retire some of the older fleet that's causing some challenges. So some positive aspects there too. So no, there's a lot of great things that are going on in transit, and it expands beyond transit now. You're starting to see all that urban development around transit lines, the high-rise developments. That's going to help improve ridership or help bring more ridership, which will help improve the system. So there's definitely a lot of positives that we can talk about within transit as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you to you and your team for all your hard work on that. And again, not to say we don't still have a lot of work to do. I think we all acknowledge that. And just on the long range financial plan for transit, Cyril, I remember when we had a briefing about that, and I don't remember what the exact number was, but it was in the range of an $8 billion hole in the long range financial plan for transit over the next 30 or 40 years. That obviously is not something that can be resolved in 1 or 2 or 3 budget years. But based on the moves that we've been making and what's in the budget direction this time around, and in addition to that, the funding that we are striving to get from other levels of government, we've received a commitment from the federal government. We have received a commitment from the provincial government on uploading LRT. Do you feel like we are making progress on closing that gap in the long-range financial plan for transit?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we are certainly moving in the right direction and closing that gap. But as I mentioned before, in the various updates, it's not a one-year solution. It's going to be a little bit of a path, very similar to how we've addressed a lot of the financial issues that we've been faced with at the city in the past 10, 15 years.
And the upload of the LRT obviously would contribute several $billion. We don't know the exact amount, but it would be in the billions of dollars potentially towards closing that original roughly $8 billion gap. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And just more broadly on the budget itself, can you just confirm that you are providing a complete and honest assessment of the city's finances in the reporting that you've provided to us today?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. And if you go back through, that's why it's important to bundle the two presentations together, because I presented a Q2 update in terms of the in-year finances, and then I'm providing a little bit of a direction in terms of what the next budget cycle looks like. And in that presentation, I also presented the historical view of the city's 10-year surplus and deficits. There's been, for the most part, again, I referenced that number just shy of $80 million cumulative over those 10 years in which we've been investing money, returning money back into the reserve accounts and investing into city priorities. So that's what we've been doing. And if you look at the budget products, the Q1 reporting, Q2 reporting, me and the team, and supported by a senior leadership team, we continue to add more key performance indicators. I talk about the macroeconomics, the external factors. So these are all things that I've been bringing forward to this term of council to make sure that this council and committee is up to date and informed. And also, we've been talking a lot about risks and risk mitigation. So in the past few budget cycles, as we present assumptions and all those assumptions in the budget, we also talk about risk mitigation strategies for those assumptions. It's challenging to get the assumptions right when you look at the diversity of our city services, whether it's transit ridership, winter weather, recreational program, sign up levels and all that. So that's why we present assumptions, clear assumptions, and then we also present risk mitigations in terms of what factors we're using to offset that.
Thank you. And just on that point, is it your professional opinion that as we've been managing the city's finances, that we are taking a careful, effective, responsible approach to managing risk and managing our long-term assets?
Mr. Mayor, yes. And again, I'll take the opportunity to throw more data, more stats out there. Again, I mentioned this in my presentation. In 2015, when I joined the city, the overall value of our reserves was about 240 million. I talked about that 7 million and change in the tax stabilization reserve. In June of this year, when we reported the closure report, we provided an update on the overall value of the reserves. It's now in excess of 530 million. So we more than doubled the value of our overall reserves over the past 10 years. And more importantly, we increased the value of the tax stabilization reserve. Part of the 2024 disposition, we talked about increasing factors in terms of consideration. The tax stabilization reserve now takes into account climate change impacts. We revised the winter operational impacts into that view, and we earmarked that $36 million for transit. So again, we continue to look at that holistically, in addition to our third-party credit agencies that continue to monitor our finances and what that looks like from their credit rating.
Okay, last question then, and just to build on that, look, there are always going to be challenges and pressures, and we know we can articulate many of them that we're facing as a city, some of which are due to a lack of proper funding from other levels of government, some of which are rising costs in other areas. There are all kinds of pressures, but is it your view that through this term of council and including in this budget process that we have been taking a responsible, balanced approach to the budgeting process in order to meet the needs of our constituents and live up to the term of council priorities?
Mr. Mayor, yes, and again, I'll take the opportunity to throw in another example. Last year when we came forward with the Ontario-Ottawa deal, that was an example. We received over $500 million from the province to support key initiatives. Some of those funding strategies were put back in place in terms of that money, if you will, was placed in our citywide capital reserve as an example. We knew the TMP was coming this year, and that TMP has now been approved, and we're looking at our overall roads DC's account as an example. We have just over $100 million sitting in that account. The intent is to now make those investments now because we can now earmark some of the funding from the Ontario deal to help support the tax component that's required for the TMP projects as an example.
Okay, thank you again for all your hard work on this. I know it's been a long process that started really the day after the 2025 budget was passed. So thank you to you and your team. So let's go back to item 5.1, which is the 2025 tax transit and rate supported programs operating and capital budget Q2 status. Is that received? All right, and
Mayor,
so
I'd like to dissent on one item. It's the transit item.
In item 5.1?
Sorry, I'll wait till 5.2 then. Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so for item 5.2, which is the budget directions, timeline and consultation process. First on Councillor Brockington's motion to add to item 5.2, another point, a list of operating efficiencies to reduce the overall garbage fees. So just on that amendment, is that carried? Okay, and then I guess we'll do a recorded vote then on the budget direction as amended.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes, but I'll just register dissent on 2 Bravo 1. Thanks.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Looper.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes, but dissent on D Delta.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, but dissent on DI and II.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
9 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 6.1, which is reimbursement of members' legal expenses related to the code of conduct for members of council. And there is a motion by Councillor Brockington related to this item. Councillor Brockington, did you want to introduce that now?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll read it on the floor and then perhaps I'll yield the floor to Councillor Plant. So be it resolved that the amendments to the complaint protocol for the Code of Conduct for Members of Council and the Elected Officials Office Manual be deemed to come into force as of January 1st, 2025.
Okay, so on the item and the amendment then, Councillor Plant.
Yes, thank you. I had quickly sort of done the rounds around the horseshoe here, and I just want to make a few clarifying points that people brought up, which I think are very important, especially in this situation. But I just wanted to ask the clerk, can you explain where this is coming out of?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So this report outlines that any funding for members' legal expenses in line with the Code of Conduct would come out of the council administration budget as opposed to the members' individual constituency services budget, which is the status quo.
Thank you. And there was some concern that, you know, you would have a sort of a recalcitrant counselor who just does bad things left, right, and center, and then the payments would just have to be bled out of this budget. But can you clarify again that that's not the case here, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Under the existing code, and there is no change being proposed here, when there is a finding of a contravention, the Integrity Commissioner may determine that those expenses will not be reimbursed, and that is not changing.
Thank you. And if, for example, there is still some apprehension among councillors going into council next week where there will be a final vote on this, could we maybe consider a cap on the legal fees, like say $5,000 per term or something like that? Would that be something that we could do?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that an amendment could be brought forward when this matter rises to council to determine some sort of limit on that.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any more questions. I'll leave it to the rest of my colleagues to ask their clarifying questions. Merci.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment then by Councillor Brockington, is that carried?
Dissent.
Okay, and then the item as amended, is that carried?
Dissent.
Okay. Moving to item 7.1, which is Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan applications for tax increment equivalent grants. I know that staff had a presentation, but I don't know if we need to do the entire presentation here. Maybe you could just give a few highlights, including the number of units that we're talking about here. That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report represents 2 developments, of which are a total of 367 units, and 73 of which are affordable units. That's the real brief Coles Notes version of the report. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Just wanted to express my strong support for this application, especially since one of the developments is in Rideau Rockcliffe Ward in Wateridge Village. Today's application is really the municipal piece that maximizes that federal investment. And indeed, in the case of the Wateridge Village development, our $132K annual investment will leverage over $45 million in federal funding, delivering 8-to-1 value for Ottawa taxpayers. So just very excited around this project. I think we saw that excitement last week. Both the mayor as well as MP Fauché was at the the groundbreaking, and the fact that we will have a shovel-ready project delivering 22 affordable homes within 2 years with registered legal agreements ensuring 21-year compliance beyond the 10 years is absolutely what we want to see. I think this really represents everything we want: federal leverage, superior affordability terms, mixed income integration, and transit-oriented development. So I really thank staff for their hard work on this file. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. These are, and I'm very happy to support both of these applications. These are not the first affordable housing SIP applications that have come in front of us, I don't think. I'm just wondering where we are now with the total number of those.
No, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. So back in December, there were applications that came forward for a total of 415 affordable units at that time.
So 415 plus the units today?
Plus the 73, correct.
It's adding up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Is that carried? Okay, we're going to move in camera next to have a cybersecurity update, and I will ask Vice Chair Kitts to read the motion to move in camera.
Be it resolved that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee resolve in camera pursuant to subsection 13(1)A of the procedure bylaw, as the subject matter relates to the security of the property of the city, to receive a presentation on cybersecurity and the external threat landscape, which is confidential and will not be reported out.
Is that carried? Okay, we'll take a short break and then resume in camera. Thank you. We're going to start in 1 minute. Okay, we're going to resume. Not very much left on the agenda, so let's continue. For the benefit of those joining us online and here in council chambers, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee just met in camera in order to receive an update on cybersecurity and the external threat landscape. These matters will not be reported out as they relate to subsection 13(1)(a) of the procedure bylaw, being the security of the property of the city. During the in-camera session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. Just note the information previously distributed on the agenda. Are there any notices of motion? Inquiries. Councillor Dudas, you have an inquiry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is on behalf of Councillor Hill. What was the total revenue generated from the city for vacant unit tax on condominiums and multi-residential properties with 6 or less units in the 2022 and 2023 occupancy years? In the 2022 occupancy year, multi-residential properties with 2 to 6 units, 2.8%, and condominiums, 1.9%, had the highest vacancy rate of all housing types, representing 971 units. How many of those units remain vacant in 2023? How many multi-residential properties with 6 or less units that were built in the last 5 years have been charged under the VUT? How many planning applications and building starts for condominiums or multi-residential unit properties with 2 to 6 units have been submitted or undertaken since the launch of the VUT in January 2023? How does that compare to the previous 5 years? How does the above compare with planning applications and building starts for multi-residential properties with 7 or more units over the same period of time, 2023 to today? Using the VUT declaration data, how many units have transitioned from tenanted to owner-occupied since the introduction of the VUT? How many of the units that were required to pay a VUT were registered to individuals versus corporations? And how many units marked tenanted in the VUT declaration were owned by corporations versus individuals?
Okay, thank you. Are there any other inquiries? Any other business? Motion to adjourn? Carried. Thank you. Merci.